I think we're live. APEC conference. Yeah, I'm gonna watch my kids today, but I wanted to at least set up the APEC conference and get it going and introduce things and send it off today. Unfortunately, I can't be here for present for all of it, but I'm going to, so I got a lot of calls and support this morning because I woke up. I didn't sleep last night. Kids kept me up and everything. But we're here. I'm starting it off, and I'll be jumping in and on periodically, and I'll try to make it here for 7 for the open discussion for sure, because that's always my favorite part. I don't know about you, but we do like our guests and the Q&A sessions especially. So yeah, without further ado, here's Tim Ventura, and I'll leave it off to you guys.
Awesome, Jeremy. Thank you. We have awesome guests today. We have good energy. The APEC, it kind of comes and goes. That's one of the things that I've noticed, right? And we had kind of some ebb and flow happening like last month. This month we are back. It's just like the energy, the excitement, all of that is here. So let me start with my intro. In 3, 2, 1. Welcome to APEC. It's July 9th, and I'm your moderator, Tim Ventura. I would like to thank everyone for joining us on this call, along with everybody watching us on YouTube. In today's session, Greg Cathcart will present on compressed time propulsion. Jose Ruiz discusses prevailing traits of extraordinary devices and has some suggestions for the Alzofon experiment. And Wayne Ojala is going to talk about his experiments with possible anti-gravity phase of water. We also have Mark Sokol and Aidan Schaefer. They're doing amazing work, and they're working on Art's Parts, which is a personal favorite of mine. They're actually recreating this in the lab, which is, I think, a tremendous first. They're going to give us detailed lab updates on what they are doing, as well as the vacuum depth work that they're using to create it. And we're going to finish off the event with an open discussion and ad hoc presentations by conference attendees. So Bill Alec has asked also if he can squeeze a presentation in. If we have time, we're going to try and work Bill in. And that's, again, alongside Greg Cathcart, Jose Ruiz, and Wayne Ojala. Quick reminders, you can view conference replays, details, and speaker info on our website at altpropulsion.com. Again, that's www.altpropulsion.com. If you haven't done so yet, please go there and register for our mailing list. That way you'll get an invite to the actual Zoom event that comes out. Save your questions for the Q&A session after each presentation, and please raise your hand in Zoom using Option Y on Mac or Alt Y on Windows. You can also type your questions in the chat, and we'll go through them after each presenter finishes. So let me introduce you to our first guest. I am pleased and honored to present Greg Cathcart, who is going to present his thoughts on compressed time propulsion. Are causal dynamic triangulations with predictive and correctional utility an accurate description of reality? If so, what are the possible implications for our exploration of a near infinite universe consisting of 6 trillion to 20 trillion galaxies, according to the latest estimates? The answer may surprise you. So, without any further ado, let me welcome Greg to today's event. And I'm going to spotlight him and ask him to unmute.
Okay, are you there?
Yes, perfect. Greg, welcome, sir.
Excellent. Thanks for having me, Tim. I appreciate it. Thank you.
And thank you so much for presenting. Thank you for joining us and presenting. So you can do screen share. And what I'm going to do is just mute myself out and fade into the background, sir.
Now, Tim, I may need your help here on screen share. I assume I'm just going to the Zoom app and then executing screen share off that.
Yeah. So that's your green screen share button, bottom center.
Okay, bottom center. Hang on just a moment. Okay, there it is.
Yeah, and it'll ask you to pick the window. And if you have PowerPoint up, that'll be it.
Yeah, let me go ahead and get this PDF up. And there we go. And then that should do it. So let me go ahead and press screen share. All right. And let me go back to preview. Hang on just a moment. There we go. Can you see the screen?
You know, I can't yet. Actually, I'm still seeing you, and actually, your gorgeous house. Your house is gorgeous, Greg. I love your house.
Oh, okay. Thanks. It's green. You know, hey, this is Texas.
Yeah, I can't see the color, but
yeah, let me try and go back to this screen for a second because I'm having trouble screen sharing, and it does not look like. Let me do this. If not, I can fire up the presentation in PowerPoint. Let me do that. I'll close this out and let's fire it up. And let me do that. And that now, can you see it?
You know, I still can't. Is it asking you to confirm the screen share? There may be one final button that you need to click to get that.
Oh, okay. 1 second. Yeah. Let me take a look at that really quick. And go to Zoom. Let's do it this way. Share screen then. And hang on just a moment. Okay, what is going on? Okay, so.
Yeah, and no stress. We would.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it happens. No, it happens all the time. Trust me, it happens all the time. I just go through and edit this stuff out. So.
You know what's interesting is that screen share is blanked out here. Let me click here and no. So let me exit the settings here. And let's try this one more time and see if I can get it.
Okay.
There's that. And let's go to Zoom. It's still, hang on just a moment. Let me exit out. I'm going to kill this for just a moment.
Yeah, no worries at all.
And okay, so I'm still trying to get to no, I'm still unable to, screen share is blacked out. Tim, I don't know what's going on here. So let me do this. Let me try screen share again. Oh, there it is. Okay, there we go. And let's try and do this now.
There we go.
We doing
yes.
better? Okay, great. Good. I was concerned there for a minute.
Perfect.
And
no, it looks great.
Let's go to slide share. I'm sorry, slideshow, and we'll play from the start. There we go. That should be better for sure.
Yeah, that looks great.
Okay, great.
So, sir, what I will do is mute myself out, and I'll be here if you have any questions or any issues or anything like that.
Exactly. Thanks, Tim. And I would also say, Bill, you're probably going to present today. I don't know how long it's going to take for this, but I doubt I'm going to fill up a full hour. We'll see how this goes, or two with questions. So let me begin. My name is Greg Cathcart, or actually I'm listed on the presentation as Robert Gregory Cathcart, but I go by Greg. And first of all, I want to thank Tim for the opportunity to be here to present this material. It's the first time that I've ever presented it in publicly, first of all, and really in a cohesive manner. It started out as a series of thought experiments and I'll have a slide that shows just a brief summary of those that were originally posted to Figshare, and I then, based on a conversation or two with Tim, we exchanged emails, and I pulled this together with in a more coherent fashion. There's going to be a lot of material here, a bunch, and so strap in and get ready because we're going to take off in just a second. Would like to greet you from Denton, Texas, and we're, I think, experiencing another 105-degree day. It's just lovely. Hopefully we'll have a cold front come through before too awfully long, and that might get us down to 100. I split time between Texas and Colorado, and I'm a loyal Avalanche fan, and that's great, and I'm a loyal Cowboy fan, and that's not great. But anyway, we'll see how that proceeds. All right, compressed time propulsion. You'll notice on the title screen that basically in the upper left-hand corner, I've listed how to cite this presentation if you decide to do so. it's always appreciated if attribution is given. It is under CC by 4.0, which means you can pretty much do anything you want to with this presentation. Use it, switch it up, do whatever you feel like you might want to do to present this information in any form you want, if you desire to do so. So C by 4.0 is pretty liberal in the way that it manages the way that material is used. So I just wanted to make sure and bring that to your attention. You are free to use it in any way that you see fit, but attribution would be appreciated. Again, thanks for taking the time out of your day for this presentation. Last weekend, I think we had Tyler Cisco Jr. and then Michael Boyd, and then Joseph Whiting, and that was excellent. Terrific presentations by all three of them. I hope this is worthwhile to you. Truly, I hope that this will do something for you. It is intended to spur the imagination, and if only one of you guys comes back and says, you know what, I don't accept everything that Greg said or speculated, but there may be that one thing that catches your attention, and that's what I'm trying to do. I just want to provide inspiration if I can. I want to make sure that you understand I'm not a physicist. I'm not a foundational physicist. I'm not a mathematician. I'm not a theoretician. I'm a finance major. And that's, I also have done master's work in applied cognition and neuroscience, which I have applied in the development of neural networks and artificial intelligence. My particular interest right now is in artificial general intelligence, and we'll touch on that in just a minute. But first of all, let's move through. Please share your thoughts if you decide that you like something, or if you want to provide constructive criticism, please make sure and let me know that that's the case. You'll see, I'll have my contact information right here. Again, I go by Greg, but you can reach me through my private Gmail account. I also have an Orchid ID Figshare account, as well as Polyplexus, and I'd like to give a shout out to the Polyplexus guys. And that team there, they have been an extraordinary help in helping me to present conjectures in a way that is measurable and a way that is something that can be used by the community at large. Again, as not being a foundational physicist or a theoretician, you'll find my presentation sometimes unique, to say the least. But anyway, hopefully it'll be something that we can all digest and work with, perhaps. All right, background information. The motivations for this presentation, again, are a desire to contribute new paradigms or new ideas when old paradigms are failing. I don't think it's a surprise to anyone that there are a number of paradigms that have, particularly regarding physics and foundational physics specifically, where things are beginning to look like they may be somewhat falling apart. And I'm not saying that, we need to ring the death knell for any particular paradigm, but there do appear to be challenges out there that are significant enough that I think enough foundational physicists and others are beginning to question whether or not that they are worth pursuing to the end, as it were. And I'll let you come up with those subjects yourself. You probably know what they are if you're familiar with foundational physics. Maybe the third run of CERN right now, maybe that'll help turn some things around. They appear to be having a particle explosion, for lack of another word. It looks like they've found some unique things in just the last few days. We hope that pans out for all of them, and in extension for all of us as well. Desired outcome, I really would hope that this material will help begin a new discussion, or a discussion about new possibilities. And it may not, but I'm going to do my best to present some ideas that maybe will spur your imagination. I want to contribute something meaningful to a field, even though it's outside of my own, and this is a risk. There's no question. And I'm not sure how many of our audience members are trained physicists or trained engineers or theoreticians or mathematicians. And I don't know what percentage of the group that consists of those individuals, but I hope to be able to contribute some thought. I hope. Otherwise, I'm going to tuck my tail and head back to AGI, and hopefully we'll have contributed something. If all else fails, an Oscar nomination for the best original science fiction screenplay written by a finance major, which would be a wonderful accomplishment if I can get there. And but all in good fun. If it can't be real, it might as well be fun. And we'll see how this how it progresses. If you notice the quote on the bottom of the screen, this is particularly important for me right now. It says, "No one ever died from theorizing." Now, this is out of a book called Fear of a Black Universe, An Outsider's Guide to the Future of Physics. It was written by Stephen Alexander. And I just love the quote, because if anyone could die from theorizing, it would probably be me. And I appreciate you guys just giving me just a moment to present without bringing the torches and pitchforks out and chasing me out. But anyway, these are the desired outcomes. I hope that in some way this is helpful to you. The origins of this presentation, essentially, in working with AGI in particular, this is a really interesting subject at the moment, because there is really right now, I think, a misunderstanding as to what is meant by self-awareness and artificial general intelligence. My opinion is that as far as neural network algorithms go, scaling will not produce artificial general intelligence. Now, there may be those that take an exception and say, you know, Greg, we really think scaling is going to be the answer. I would tend to disagree with you, but perhaps it might. But in thinking through the AGI situation, I was looking at how the mind is able to store data and then to process data, and then based on that data to be able to make predictions, and then turn around and take those predictions and modify what we have stored in our memory. And then again, it's a feed loop where we go through a number of decision cycles, I guess is the best way to put it. But in thinking through this, it really did come down to past, present, and future, and how these are tied together. Now, from an AGI perspective, this is incredibly interesting, because we as human beings, we are experts at this, and it's a little more difficult to put this into an algorithmic form. And so I was looking for new patterns. How could we do this? How could we take something that is as difficult to understand and get wrap our minds around as human intelligence? Well, I came across a paper. It was written by Ryman and basically et al. And it's clicks of neurons. You'll see the reference on the bottom of the screen. Clicks of neurons bound into cavities provide a missing link between structure and function. Now, when I saw this for the first time, something gelled. I said, I really like this approach. And so I'm sorry, I'm hearing something in the, okay, I guess not. I really do like this approach. The idea being that it is a more of a biomorphic, I believe, setup for artificial general intelligence. And it mimics the mind. The mind thinks in geometric patterns, according to this paper. It's fascinating. They talk about how they've identified 7 simplex patterns, 6 simplex patterns, and platonic, patterns as far as shapes ranging as simple from a simple tetrahedron all the way through more advanced geometries. And this was in the firing of neuronal clicks. And there's some fascinating images associated with this approach, and it's something well worth reading. So that's why I've included this particular reference in this presentation. So I asked the following questions. Neurons are firing in geometric patterns, undoubtedly. Is there a relationship between the dimensionality of this geometry and time? So is there a way to interpret the geometry of these neuronal firings based on an interpretation of past, present, and future thought? Now, is there a geometry of thought patterns for prediction and memory? Do these overlap, and can they be interpreted? These are all big questions. And the fourth item was, does human thought tell us anything about the environment in which we evolved? And so that's a great question. We evolved in this environment. Do we reflect that environment? And particularly in human intelligence, which seems to be in a category really all by itself, do we reflect the environment that we have evolved in? And so I said, does mind mimic the universe at large? Does self-awareness, does intelligence mimic the universe at large? Does the universe, and this is the important point, instantiate predictive and corrective utility in time? Now, to me, that was a fascinating question. I think it is something that was worth investigating. It immediately launched me into an area totally outside of my lane. In many ways, when it comes to discussing foundational physics, I have no idea what I'm talking about. But the fact is, from an AGI perspective, I do. So I began a series of reading a lot of research, basically, and developing a series of thought experiments just to play with it. And I propose the following based on a lot of time spent reading some research and then thinking this through. First of all, that time is not illusory. Now, the first conjecture, that conjecture is not unique to me. That has been speculated many times before. We tend to, I think, from a typical physics standpoint, say to ourselves, all right, and if we follow the current general thought, we would say, okay, space is real and time is an illusion. Time is illusory. It is maybe a function of entropy. It may be a function of just some unique trick of space-time that tricks us into thinking that time is real. But yet the general consensus among many people is that time is illusory, that it really does not exist. I would differ. I would say that time is not illusory, that it is real. In fact, so real that I'm going to go ahead and go with the next conjecture, which says that time is 10-dimensional and may in fact be the basis of all reality. Now, we'll talk about something called CDT in a minute, which is Causal Dynamical Triangulations, in which time is also a real entity. But I'm saying that time is a 10-dimensional entity, and that basically it is the basis of all reality. It carries space along with it, and we'll get there in just a minute. That time includes future predictive and past corrective utility within a modified CDT framework, Causal Dynamical Triangulations, and that time is manipulable, and this process is generalizable within our current reality. Now, it's a big step, and we'll talk about that in just a moment. But that time compression as a result of time manipulation, this is a generalization, may provide a basis for advanced propulsion systems. And let me go into that, and we'll talk about how I perceive that to function. Now, at the bottom of the screen, you'll see the implications of a 10-dimensional time are significant. Now, that may be the understatement of the century when it comes to foundational physics. But this presentation will mostly focus on the aspect of 10-dimensional time as it could relate to compressed time propulsion. Now, we will add a couple of side notes here that are of particular interest if you are interested in the idea of the compression of time, and we'll cover that in just a second. All right, the most depressing equation in a very large universe. And that's an easy one. It's velocity equals distance over time. Now, there are probably most of you in the audience, really, when you think about it, this equation looms large in the background. It really is a priority when you think about how we will explore a universe that, according to latest estimates, may have as many as 6 trillion to 20 trillion galaxies. Now you can see I've got an arrow up here, and let me do something. Anyway, I'll just use my mouse pointer if you can see it. But you'll see I have 2 points here. And basically what I'm saying, at a maximum velocity of about 100,000 kilometers per hour, it would take over 45,000 years to transverse the 4.24 light years between Earth and Proxima Centauri, which right now is our nearest star. My understanding is that may have some competition later on, but basically right now, that's what we consider our closest star. 4.24 light years, 45,000 years, just a little over. My question here is, have we been focusing on challenges in distance as opposed to challenges in time? Distance looks rather formidable when you look at how large the universe is. It's a gigantic universe. And unless you have a way of reducing those distances, or in some instances, and I find it fascinating, things like warp drive and other technologies that have been speculated that might cover those distances in less time, it's still a gigantic universe. And what I'm saying is, how can we manipulate the denominator of the velocity equation? We've looked at distance, but is there a way to reduce the time required to cover that distance? I say at the bottom here, jokingly, if we're going to go boldly, we're going to boldly go where no man has gone before, then we're going to have to pack a lunch and a couple of Snickers too, I think, besides. But I have a photograph on the bottom right, and it says, I love this photograph. The individual holding the milk bottle is thinking about the Milky Way galaxy. Get it? Yeah, pardon my sense of humor. And longing to be united with their true love, who's inbound from Proxima Centauri. Only 45,000 years to go before they show up. Love knows no limits save for the speed of light, save for the speed of light. Tim, if you want a fundraising idea, there's a good one right there. A t-shirt that says, APEC, love knows no limit save for the speed of light. It's a long time to wait. And we hope not that we would have to wait that long. But let's assume we, decrease that by a factor of 10. And now we're down to 4,500 years. And then another factor of 10, we're down 450, and another factor of 10. And now it's going to take 45 years to get there. It seems an almost impossible task to be able to cover those distances efficiently. But what about the denominator? Let's talk about it. The origins of space and time. Now, those of you that foundational physics is your thing, and quantum loop gravity and all this good stuff, quantum gravity, and all this good stuff, you're familiar with this. And this comes out of an article, you can see it referenced on the bottom, from Theoretical Physics, called The Origin of Space and Time. And this is from Kaiser Science, 12th May 2017. There's the location of the article. They talk about the major paradigms for determining the origins of space and time. One of these is gravity as thermodynamics, and we're not going to go into all of these in any way. We could take any one of these and spend the next 6 months talking about it. But gravity is thermodynamics, loop quantum gravity, which is an interesting subject, causal sets, and then we get down to the last two, and these are two that I have found particularly fascinating: causal dynamical triangulations, and we'll cover that in just a second, and holography. And there's the ADS-CFT correspondence. And the ADS-CFT correspondence, I've done this simple diagram here on the bottom, essentially says, in an anti-de Sitter universe, a two-dimensional information on the boundary is projected as a three-dimensional object within the ADS bulk. That's a fascinating thought, to think that something on the boundary is able to project into and create a three-dimensional object within the bulk of space. And it is a remarkable accomplishment from Maldacena as far as coming up with this particular paradigm, which I think is fascinating. Causal dynamical triangulations. Now, this is a fascinating subject in and of itself, in that in CDT, time is real. So I'm going to kind of walk you through this briefly and explain how, from a 30,000 foot view or higher, how this works. There's also, I reference an item on the bottom of the page here, using causality to solve the puzzle of quantum space-time. This is from Scientific American. It's a very interesting article that talks about the previous paradigms that we talked about, loop quantum gravity and causal sets and all of this good stuff. But in causal dynamical triangulations, essentially the world is viewed as, or the universe is viewed as, time being real and progressing from instant to instant. And the idea is that the universe typically we have a current state of the universe in an instant of time. Then there are predictions made as an integral part of space-time that says, okay, where are we going to be in the next instant of time? And I mean, it's a remarkable way of approaching time, in that time is real, and that moving from instant to instant, we have geometries associated with going from one state of the universe to the next based on instants of time. How small an instant? Typically, the simulations that you'll see regarding causal dynamical triangulations are basically Planck time. And that's a really small number. We're talking about 10 to the negative 44th. I don't know about you, but I'm pretty easily fooled by 30 frames per second. That, that works for me. It looks like motion to me, based on being a human being and my visual cortex and the way that I take in visual information. 30 frames per second works well. Well, then if we look at 10 to the negative 44th, we're looking at about a trillionth of a billionth of a second, I believe, 10 to the negative 44th, and that is fast. That is beyond anything that we could possibly begin to detect as a human being. But nonetheless, CDT says that this is the setup, that with the Big Bang, and if you have seen presentations regarding CDT, it is remarkable. They'll plot out the early moments of the universe going from instant to instant to instant, and basically the computer simulations run predictions as to what the next state of the universe should be. Obviously, this is computationally significant. There's no question about it. It's a huge deal. And typically, they will not go too far in, but you might see a couple of hundred instances recorded as part of the simulation. Prediction is particularly based on typically based on Monte Carlo simulation. And basically, it is how do we predict the next state of the universe? So we live in space-time, and basically space-time exists between instances as the universe moves from one state to the next. That is a huge oversimplification for CDT, but hopefully it will work for the purposes of this presentation. All right, here we go. An introduction to 10-dimensional time with predictive and corrective utility. For better or for worse, this is my attempt to help explain how we can take CDT and modify it in a way that takes into account certain interesting quantum phenomena. If you'll note, I have instance of time basically is structured as a future predictive three-dimensional space plus a current moment or three-dimensional space plus a past corrective three-dimensional space plus time. Now, one of the biggest challenges that I came across in development paradigm is I tend to, like everyone else, think of three dimensions of space. I want to take time and I want to incorporate it as a component of three-dimensional space, whether it's illusory or what entropy or whatever's causing us to sense time and to experience time. I want to make it part of a three-dimensional space or a four-dimensional space, basically three dimensions of space, one of time. What I'm saying here is that time is itself the carrier of space-time. In other words, if we look at much like from a CDT framework, time progresses, and pardon me for just a second, because what I'd like to do is I'm going to disappear for just a moment and let me come back, and I'm going to turn on a highlighter, and let me do that. Okay, can you see the cursor highlight? I hope you can, but I'll use it from this point forward. So basically, this is our current moment. We're in the present. And offset from that current moment is a past corrective functionality and a future predictive functionality. And these are basically four-dimensional entities, and they are carried through time, and they are offset, I'm showing, by PT offset, Planck time offset, and that an instance of time is actually structured. It's almost tripartite in its structure, and that it is the product of the progression of time. So what I'm doing is I'm defining time in this geometric perspective. Now, if we look at the flow of time, we can kind of look at it like this, and I'll run through this if you can see it, hopefully you can, time moving through and progressing forward and carrying the instant moment with it. Now, a little later, I will talk about the dissipation of the pass and how that works, but it's an interesting way of looking at it. So what I'm going to do is, let me move back to, again, to the simulation, and then I want to move forward and look at the geometries associated with 10-dimensional time. And essentially what I'm saying is that time is structured in a series of nested geometries. And I'm saying that there is an N4 and N4, and basically four-dimensional aspect of time, of space as time carries it forward. There is an N7, which basically involves the overlap of those two time segments. Another, for instance, a future predictive with the present, or a present with a past corrective. I know there'll be a lot of questions here, but we can get back to those in just a little bit. But all sharing the same dimension of time. And I want to make sure that we're clear that I'm not saying that there are multiple dimensions of time at all. I'm saying there is one-dimensional time. In fact, time is the reality, and there is one, and basically it carries space along with it. The n=7s are amplituhedron and its dual. And what I'm saying is that the amplituhedron is used as a predictive mechanism for predicting that next moment in time. Much as Monte Carlo simulation might be used to predict the next moment within a CDT framework, have changed that. Instead of using a Monte Carlo simulation, what I'm saying is this probably has something to do with an amplituhedral geometry. And these geometries nest into what I'm calling an unknown 3s plus 1t, or basically an unknown 10-dimensional object that I would identify as time itself. So what I'm saying is time is emergent, and it's emergent from a 10-dimensional object at or above Planck time scales, and that basically, like a flower, it blooms open as the present passes through it. To give you a little better perspective, and let me show you this diagram, which basically, it was a personal thought experiment. And what I said was, look, and there was a simulation theory was a big thing. You'll hear Elon Musk or others come out and talk about, they believe that we live in a simulation. There's some excellent books written on the subject. But I said, okay, let's say we did. How would we program that? How could that be done? And so essentially, basically, I took the idea of a three-manifold and a projection through that three-manifold, going through a one-dimensional point space and projecting through two-dimensional triangular sheets. The idea is I wanted to look at time from a three-manifold perspective. Now, don't confuse this with the idea of, do we live in a flat universe? Do we live in a three-manifold universe? Do we live in, what is the shape of the universe? What I'm saying is this would be the shape of time. And essentially, if we were able to project through time, we could, based on a tiling of a two-dimensional tiling projected through essentially a one-dimensional point space, we could create a three-dimensional representation of an entangled 3D orthogonal projection. And what I'm saying is we could basically project geometry from the space of from the surface of a three-manifold and be able to project into the volume of that manifold. And so this is the projection as it occurs through the tiling. And then as we go down, we look at a bulk space. And within that bulk space, essentially, what would space-time consist of? If it consisted of the 10-dimensional elements that could emerge into time, this would be pre-emergent space. And it is full of these 10-dimensional objects. So here we have it. Time at the present is moving through this bulk. And as time passes through each instant, then we have a 10-dimensional pre-emergent state, which unfolds into an emergent or 10-dimensional space-time with predictive and corrective utility. So I wish I had an animation here to show you, but as time moves from right to left in this instance, it will emerge into a 10-dimensional space-time. Now, I'm not saying this is a fact. Obviously, this is highly speculative, but it's just an idea of how we might program a space-time that resulted in a 10-dimensional time. And so this is the diagram that you were looking at earlier, where we have a future predictive, past corrective, and present moment in time. As time moves forward, these emerge, and we go on in a CDT-like framework. Next slide. So this again is the basic framework for predictive and corrective utility within a 10-dimensional time, along with the present. And then I will go to the next slide, and essentially what we're showing here is a particle moving through time. Now, I'm showing this as a tripartite entanglement between a particle which basically has two representations of itself and moving through time. Part of this was initiated in looking at, and I'll cover this in another slide just briefly, of some odd quantum behavior. And how do we explain this? I mean, how does a quantum particle, how is it able to predict the future or correct the past? It's just an interesting function. And as Feynman said, listen, if you think you understand this, then you don't understand anything. Someone that says they know how this works can't possibly know, because no one knows at the moment. But the fact being that this seemed to be a solution to some of the more quirky aspects of quantum entanglement. We have a particle in the present, we have a future predictive or tied to a particle in the future, and we have a past corrective. And we'll talk about what happens. Well, actually, let me bring it up now. What happens when a prediction fails to meet reality? If I'm in a present moment and I have a particle that moves to a future predictive state, and it finds not what it's looking for or not what has been predicted, but it finds something different. Think of some of the quantum entanglement experiments that you have read about. And essentially, does time implement a commit and rollback strategy? Now, those of you that have been involved in IT and you've done database work, you understand commit and rollback. When a transaction is committed, it begins to work its way through a system until it's finalized or until that is rolled back. And it's an interesting concept to apply to foundational physics when you think, if a particle moves forward in time and it encounters something that it did not expect, how does it correct that problem? What does it do? Does it just say, oh, well, I'm moving forward and I've just, gone from from state A to state B, don't expected state A, but hey, there we go. And I'm just moving forward. Or does it actually roll back and change the past? And that is an interesting concept when you think about a future event. We're in the present, we have a future event. The future event does not match prediction, and the past has to change because of that. And that gets extremely interesting. A lot to think about when you look at predictive and corrective utility. The next chart shows basically the flow of these particles through time. And again, we're moving from right to left. I'll go back to the right. And now I'll click through to the left. I don't know how quickly these are coming through for you there and if you can see this. But again, time moving forward from right to left, the particles move, this particular particle moving with it, always in a state of predicting where it's going to be and whether or not it has to make some type of corrective action on the past. So let me move to the next slide. This is an aside, and it's one that just hit me as an interesting thought experiment. While not the focus of this presentation, and it's not, it would be interesting to look at the possibility of supersymmetric partners, and let me say, or other partners, other particles that we don't know, that basically are used in a predictive or a corrective function, existing in future predictive and past corrective time, and therefore as necessary components of predictive and corrective utility. What would be the results of direct interaction? Could these interactions within the frame fit within the framework of dark energy, dark matter? In other words, is supersymmetry lost? Are these particles lost in time? We can't find them, right? And there's it would be a wonderful solution if we could, but where are they in the present? We typically try and roll in smaller and smaller dimensions within the current 3-dimensional or 4-dimensional space-time. But yet, what if these actually existed outside of the present moment, and that there was some type of interaction between the present moment and a future predictive moment in which particles are interacting, and then what is left behind is essentially a dissipating particle or a state in which simply the past disappears in time. I'll show you a slide in just a moment. So again, is dark energy the result of interactions between our present moment in time and future prediction? Again, this is an aside, this has nothing to do with propulsion, but is dark matter a remnant of our past? Now, it's an interesting thought. If we look at dark matter, are we actually looking at the past? Perhaps that's why we can't find it, I don't know. And it's just speculation, but might be interesting, something to think about. Here I have a slide which shows an interface basically between the standard model, that would be here, interfacing with supersymmetric partners or some other type of particle in a future predictive state. So we have the present, it's interacting with a future predictive state. And this is the diagram that you're used to seeing, where we have the present moment, a past corrective, and a future predictive. So there's a barrier in place here. What is that barrier? And I'm going to suggest that that barrier is time, and a position in time that really keeps us from seeing what occurs in a future predictive state and a past corrective state, actually direct observation. If there are particles there, we can't see them because of time. Now, this will tie into something we'll talk about in just a little bit. So again, time running from right to left, the particles are moving, or the particle is moving through from right to left. But what's interesting is there an interaction in future predictive? Is there a post-interaction state where those two have met, and now we have something left behind? And is there a declining density over time in the past until it disappears altogether? Now, this is interesting. This may have implications as to whether or not time travel to the past is allowed. I personally believe it's not, because I personally believe that at some point it simply doesn't exist. It is gone. But it's something to think about. All right. So compressed time propulsion. And what I say here is, can a physical generalization of 10-dimensional time with predictive and corrective utility be achieved? What form would this generalization take? Could it be achievable within our own present reality? Could it be manipulated to form a basis for propulsion? And can we conquer the most depressing equation in a very large universe? In other words, can we work with a denominator of the velocity equation? This is a conjecture that I posted originally to Polyplexus a couple of years ago. Basically, it says, could aperiodic on the compression of time, could aperiodic deflationary compression achieved through the multiferroic manipulation of doped quasi-crystalline perovskites enhance our understanding of the relationship between time and gravity? The mathematics of the deflation and inflation of quasi-periodic geometries is well understood. Until recently, a physical approximation of this effect has not been feasible. However, recent breakthroughs in the physical manipulation of multiferroic quasi-periodic materials, particularly within perovskites, may have opened the door for further inquiry into the geometric relationship between time and gravity. And so now we get down to the key point. Could a nearly infinite geometric compression of a physical quasi-periodic structure result in a compression of time? And if so, would this necessarily result in an amplification of gravity? Now, this is food for thought. And we'll get into this in just a little bit. But while this is a thought experiment, recent findings regarding anomalies in the study of time crystals may hint at the possibility. Now, there are several recent time crystal studies in which they have begun to notice phase transitions, particularly within photonic time crystals. This area is moving so fast right now. There is so much research being done regarding time crystals. and just this incredible effort to try and wrap our minds around something that just seemingly doesn't make sense, but is something to consider. This was my original conjecture regarding the idea of compression, time compression. It was a result of a review of geometries associated with certain acousto-optic phenomena that seemed to hint at the possibility of an unknown correlation beyond those already formulated between time, space, and gravity. So don't confuse this with our typical correlation of space, time, and gravity. That is a different subject altogether, but this basically is the result of a compression or time compression, a generalization of time compression. And so what might we learn from gravity through a potential generalization of the compression of time? This is something to consider, certainly. Let's talk about compressed time propulsion for a moment. If we can look at first of all, let's look at the bottom part of the diagram. Here we have a present, what I'm calling a present time reference. And essentially that's time as we experience it. So if we're at point A, and remember, we're talking about moving through time, which is carrying space with it, not moving through space as with time as an element. This is time carrying space with it. We're saying that we start at point A, we are going to move over a given period of time, depending on scale, to point B. And so there will be distances involved with that. And we're looking at that from our standard time reference. Now, I've got to be careful with the use of time reference because that tends to be immediately thought of in terms of relativity. That's not what I'm speaking about right here. This is a time scale, or essentially how we experience time on a universe-wide basis in our present reality. And so we say we're going to move from point A to point B. I'm going to go from Earth to Proxima Centauri, and I'm going to say, all right, this is going to take 45,000 light years in time as we presently measure it. But what if we could work with the denominator? What if we could say that we could compress time so that moving from point A to point B, we're still covering the same distance, but we're not covering it in the same time. So we have compressed time. And this is the distance traveled compressed time. If you look at the, briefly at the scales here, we can say point A from point B here from point A to point B in time. We're looking at this distance, and then we say in our standard reference of time from point A to point B, we're looking at this reference. So here's your 45,000 years here at the bottom, but then if we are able to work with that denominator, we can compress that distance. It's food for thought, and it's a lot to think about. But distance between points A and B will decrease as a function of the degree of time compression. The degree of compression may be nearly infinite. Now, this is interesting because remember, at Planck time, we're looking at a 10 to the negative 44th. So if we assume that we can work with the denominator to something even approaching that scale, we're talking about a significant amount of compression. Distances will return to normal as compression is relaxed. Now, that's an assumption. It is assumed that an object that has transversed compressed time will remain at a point to which it has transited when compression is relaxed. So if I'm moving through compressed time at point A and I'm moving to point B, when that compression is relaxed, I will remain at point B. That's what it's saying. Now, I've got a couple of notes up here that are interesting in that, and let me close this down just a little bit and move this window. Is the collapse of the wave function an artifact of 10-dimensional time? Are probabilities associated with location and momentum based upon the magnitude of time compression or dilation in the time frame in which it is observed? In other words, is a particle, or can a particle be aware of the time frame in which it is observed? And this leads to a very interesting implication in just a moment. But is it a requirement that entangled partners move through time simultaneously, regardless of the distance between them? Is this the is this the essence of spooky action at a distance? Now, spooky action at a distance drives everyone crazy. If it can drive Einstein crazy, it can drive the rest of us crazy for sure. The idea being, why? How can two particles that are entangled be across the universe, and suddenly something happens, one is observed, and the other instantaneously reflects that change. And what I'm saying here is that if time is the basis of reality, then it may be a requirement that particles move through that reality at the same scale, essentially that they are moving together, regardless of where they are. That spooky action at a distance really is a realization or a manifestation of particles that must move through time together at exactly the same rate. So it's something to consider, a lot to think about there. But, and let me run back here for just a moment, see if I can, just a second. Okay, does 10-dimensional time allow for the existence of multiple realities? Now, this is extremely interesting to think about, because if time is like a rubber band, if it can be stretched or it can be compressed, does that allow for multiple realities? We'll talk about this in just a minute. And here's the reason. Right now, you're sitting here watching this presentation, and you and I are experiencing time at the exact same rate. This is the way that we have evolved to experience time. It's how we experience time in the present, and we will experience this together. But what if we could separate ourselves, or there were other instances of time which might be more compressed or might be more dilated that we were not aware of and could not transit to, except if we were to duplicate that scale of time or duplicate that compression or dilation. And we'll talk about that in just a moment. All right, compressed time propulsion will continue. Essentially what we're showing here is past corrective. We're looking at the same thing. We're moving from point A in the present, moving through future predictive. We get to point B in compressed time. Can an object travel through compressed time? In other words, again, we said distance between points A and B will decrease as a function of degree of time compression. So can I somehow create an ability for an object to move through compressed time? And again, an interesting aspect of time compression may be its relationship with gravity. So would an aperiodic geometric compression of time necessarily result in an amplification of gravity? Intuitively, I believe that this probably has to be the case. But let's move forward. I'm going to show just this is a brief, very simple animation. We're going to run this object through compressed time. And so here we have an object that is in standard time. We compress time, and now we're going to move that object through compressed time. The idea being that instead of trying to cover these huge distances, we're going to cover a shorter time. And how do we manipulate time in such a way that we're able to compress it and move through it? So there's the direction of travel through compressed time. An interesting aspect, of course, I've just read that earlier, its relationship with gravity, but here's an object moving through compressed time. And thanks for putting up with me for the moment, because this is the first time I've presented this publicly. So to run through this presentation. But again, time, compressed time, object moving through compressed time. On to the next slide. How do we get this done? How could we generalize time if we decided that indeed this might be something that we might be able to accomplish in our own present reality? So let me explain. I'm outside of my lane big time. I'm never going to be accused of being a physicist or an engineer. This is a good thing for those guys. Absolutely. Those guys and gals, that's good. But my education is in finance and artificial intelligence. And in particular, graduate work in applied cognition and neuroscience. I recognize patterns for a living. I spend much of my time dealing with abstractions until the reality of leading a team brings me back to earth. I've been very fortunate to have had the opportunity to provide vision and leadership for groups of individuals who are much more talented than I am. I've had a lifelong interest in foundational physics, and this has been both a blessing and a curse. I would love to swim in that pool of foundational physics, but to do so requires me to leave the safety of my lane and venture well outside of it. I will be the first to acknowledge this, and I will do my very best to ensure that my contributions to the field, if any, are not a waste of time. If anything, I hope to provide a spark that ignites the imagination of others and to do extraordinary things in their fields for the world at large. I've never presented this material formally. It's a culmination of hundreds of hours of reading papers and searching for patterns in a field outside of my own. I have based the remainder of this presentation on these patterns, and I hope it will provide some insight regarding my thoughts on how compressed time propulsion might be generalized. I await judgment, so please don't be too severe, but here we go. That said, please contact me if any of you determine that these ideas are worth serious pursuit, because I'd love to be on that team. I would, there's no question. All right, components for generalization. Remember this diagram? So we're looking at the surface of a 3-manifold, and we are essentially projecting through that manifold, creating essentially 3D orthogonal projection through a bulk, and that bulk winding up and becoming, through an emergent state, compressed time. How could we bring that into the real world? I mean, and again, this was a thought experiment based on, if we lived in a simulation, how might this be done? So let's talk about components for generalization. I'm going to share some details with you. I'll move through these pretty quickly. I think I'm almost up through an hour already. Doped lithium niobate would provide the basis, or could provide the basis, for a suitable substrate. Now, there are a lot of reasons for this. Electron configurations in NB represented significant opportunities for exploitation. Anomalies associated with phase transitions in both bulk and thin film lithium niobate, including harmonic qubit generation from thin film, may hint at the possibility. Multiphoroic manipulation may be used to initiate specific phase transitions. Again, we're talking about creating these objects within the bulk. Doped crystal is one in which an impurity element has been introduced to change the original electric and optical properties of that element. The doped atoms are incorporated into the crystalline lattice. Aperiodic deflationary compression. There is a reference given here by a paper by Ruiz, the role of aperiodic order in science and technology. And in this, basically, he summarizes the role of aperiodicity within science. It's interesting. Time crystals, they're arranged periodically in both space and time. They consist of quantum systems of particles whose lowest energy state is one in which the particles are in repetitive motion. So the systems cannot lose energy to the environment since they are already in a quantum ground state. Now, this has been mind-boggling. If you haven't done any reading in this area, you might want to do that. It's really interesting. Multiphoroic materials exhibit more than one primary property. In the same phase, these include ferromagnetism, ferroelectricity, and ferroelasticity. Magnetoelectric multiphoroics are simultaneously ferromagnetic and ferroelectric, and phase transitions refer to the physical process of transition of a state of a medium. Now, there's a note at the bottom. Individual component generalizations are shown on slides 29 through 32 are extreme simplifications. They're for discussion purposes only. All right. As we move forward to the next component, these are not in order, but essentially it's just a 30,000 foot view, maybe 80,000 feet. But anyway, essentially we have a method that I'm saying we can use transfer thin film metal oxide. Photon generation with second harmonic effects may result in a 3-dimensional entangled 16 cell. And basically what we're doing is we are creating and managing tetrahedral configurations of entangled quantum states. We're placing those within a bulk. There is an additional step, and I'll talk about that in just a moment on this next slide, in which, and again, this is not a technical document by any means, it's just a basic overview of how this might be accomplished in bulk. And view the substrate as one in which there will be a multiphoroic manipulation of that substrate, and that in turn we are hoping will create an instance of compressed time. Next slide, exact placement of tetrahedral cells and entanglement coding will be a critical component of the generalization process. Entanglement coding may require ghosting or holographic process that may be best described as a modification of four-wave degenerate mixing that is fine-tuned for quantum particle manipulation. Again, in essence, we are building down here, we are building a system designed to create, place, and manage the entanglement properties of tetrahedral geometries, which we use to create increasingly complex structures. We then entangle these structures in a tripartite configuration to mimic predictive and corrective utility. Lastly, we want to move on to the last component generalization. This is very simple. It's emergent upon phase transition of this manipulable substrate containing these quantum entangled configurations, tetrahedral configurations. All right, quickly, compressed time propulsion. Time compression is initiated by the physical aspects of the object traveling through 10-dimensional time. An aperiodic geometric compression of the substrate surrounding the object creates a superfluidic flow of compressed time. This is initiated through multifurrow manipulation of the substrate material during phase transition. So essentially, we are taking this object and we are moving through compressed time. There are attributes of the object itself that are creating compressed time around it. So here we have the object traveling through compressed time, and I'm saying that the object moves. There's a flow of compressed time around the object, which is located with the object, travels concurrently with the object. The question is, field or surface? It's interesting to exactly where, relative to the transiting object, would compressed time be realized? Would it be realized as an aspect of the surface of the object, or would it be a more centrally generated field? Another question, and these are just questions of general interest: would biological entities who are traveling through compressed time be subject to extreme forces? I think not. I think it really won't make any difference to them or to us, as it were. But they would not be subjected to G forces the way we might consider it in a jet plane or in a rocket or some form of transportation like that. Would there be identifiable signs of multifurrow manipulation in the external environment? And this is something to think about. Are electromagnetic pulses or fields? Would there be the appearance of instantaneous long distance movement? Would the G forces related to this movement appear to be lethal to biological systems? Any gravitational anomalies, assuming that time compression results in an amplification of gravity. And again, what I'm saying is the view from the inside, the experience from the inside of an object traveling through compressed time would not be much different than we experience in our own time frame. But from the outside, there are going to be things to look for. And it's a unique thing to think about. One last thing, and I'm moving through this pretty quickly: multiple realities and time travel in 10-dimensional time. Earlier, we discussed the potential of dark matter and dark energy being artifacts of interactions between particles in 10-dimensional time. This ties in with another personal thought experiment in which I asked the following: if an object were in compressed time, would it be visible from our perspective? Could we see it? How would we know that it existed at all? Would gravitational effects be the only way of detecting its presence? This leads to an interesting question. Could our own present reality be one of many realities occupying different times? Can we be invisible to one another, yet collectively make up a shared universe? I coined a term called compressed time locus. It refers to the degree of compression or dilation of a current moment in time. And this is based on a universe that essentially time is the basis of all reality. And we say that the CTL refers to a degree of compression or dilation of a current moment in time as compared to standard time reference, assuming that time is manipulable. And I created this definition to help with the concept. I know it's a dangerous thing to do, but hey, there it is. I can see the t-shirts now. Where are you on the CTL and when are you on the CTL? It works either way. But what we have here is a diagram that shows what this might look like graphically. If we were to take an existence or basically what we would call, let's just call it a reality. Reality A, for instance, could be nested in time within another reality or be standalone. I know we're out of propulsion here, but it's something to think about if, in fact, an object is moving through compressed time. We have a standalone CTL point, CTL nesting, CTL line. The idea, though, being that I believe that these essentially would be invisible to one another. and that there is the possibility, and this is a very interesting implication, that is it possible that particles could be in more than one moment of time simultaneously, or what would appear to us to be nearly simultaneous? If you'll notice the CTL nesting, I've got a particle that is sitting within a particular CTL, but it's also surrounded by its past corrective and its future predictive partners, sharing a particle in time. How is that possible? How could that even happen? Who knows what happens with a particle moving at those rates? When we're talking about things like Planck time, it could be a remarkable, it just would be a remarkable thing if a particle could, if you think about it, be within more than one reality at a time. The mathematics for CTL comes together quickly, and there are some interesting implications. Shared particle states and transit between nested CTLs are of particular interest. I assume jumps between CTLs to be discrete. And there are reasons for that, and we can go through that in questions if we want. When I look to the stars, I ask how many realities coexist with my own, separated not by space, but by time, concealed from me, but inextricably tied to the infinite universe that we share, seemingly unknowable, yet longing to be discovered. Will we meet? And if so, will we no longer feel alone in the universe? That's my attempt at creative writing. Now, as I drift back slowly into my lane, I would ask you to look at the glasses worn by the individual in the illustration. Do they reflect the heavens or the mind? I would argue that they reflect both, that there is indeed a relationship between the two. When AGI is achieved, it will include many of the principles that we've discussed today. Its success will not depend on the scaling of pattern recognition, regardless of how clever the algorithm, but on understanding the complex geometry of the universe at its very, very largest and very smallest scales. Possibility of time travel might be tempting to think that 10-dimensional time could allow time travel. I would disagree. While time might progress differently for each CTL based on a relative compression or dilation, it will progress nonetheless. The past is not static and would essentially exist as a ghostly remnant of itself as it quickly dissipates shortly before it disappears altogether. There could, however, be an interesting possibility relative to interactions between vastly different CTLs. And I talk about a transit from a relatively dilated CTL to a relatively compressed CTL. Timeframes would be compressing, but one would appear progressing, but one would appear to be much slower than the other. Transit will have certain phenomena associated with it between those realities. They are also the possibility of much slower dissipation rate for highly dilated CTL, et cetera. I know what you're thinking, and I won't go into all this detail, but I can't wait for Greg's next get together. It'd be a fun exercise to see how quickly you could clear a room bringing this up in discussion. Assuming there are no science fiction screenwriters present, it might result in a near superluminal event. If you try this at home, let me know. You might want to take some time to come back to this chart later and take a look at it. So we have discussed some interesting ideas. The two central ideas, the idea that a generalized process for time compression may provide the basis for advanced propulsion systems, the idea that an aperiodic geometric compression of time might necessarily result in amplification of gravity. I'm not going to read through all of these, but it might be something that you may want to take a look at. These are some interesting questions and something to again, to give some thought. None of these ideas may merit further investigation, or perhaps just a few will. Nonetheless, I hope that they will spark the imagination of others 45,000 years to the nearest star. I hope that's not the case. So there we go. This is the end. Again, here's my contact information and questions. Now, before we go into questions, and I'll give this back to Tim in just a minute, I withhold the right to seek assistance from my audience in answering questions for the following two reasons. I will ask for your help indeed. For the theorists, I'm not a physicist, engineer, mathematician, or in any other way qualified to speak about foundational physics. My experiences in finance and artificial intelligence and in building competent teams. For the experimentalists and builders, I've been known to melt screwdrivers when working with electrical components. I have limited spatial awareness and no depth perception. I'm sure you want me on your lab team. If I say I am amped up, you can take it literally and go find a breaker. Please feel free to pitch in if you desire. I will not complain. Also, it'd be very helpful to hear your interpretation of what has been presented. A recap from an audience member can be enormously helpful. And I can learn about what works and what doesn't. And we have Figure on the Right, where are you on the CTL? And there, Tim, is another fundraising event. You can have a t-shirt with that printed on it, and no one would have any idea what you're talking about. It would be a chance to explain APEC and this particular presentation. Quickly, here are an overview of the thought experiments. By the way, this presentation has been posted to Figshare. You can download your own copy. Of course, you can come back to APEC and take a look at this presentation at your leisure. So there we go. Tim, I don't know what I need to do to give this back to you, but I'll be glad to entertain as many questions
absolutely.
as I can.
Well, Greg, let me do this. So first things first, okay, I'm going to remove Spotlight there. I am going to, I'll stop your screen sharing. So before anything else, everybody, I want to put this thing on gallery view. Let's give Greg Cathcart an enormous applause.
Thank you.
Greg, it was the energy levels are insane here. This was sounding like a marathon towards the end. That's the thing that got me. Those last few slides, I could feel it's like you're just pulling it out. You're like, I can make it through this. So thank you, sir. And melting screwdrivers, by the way, that is one of my skills. I have many others. I've also been known to destroy carburetors on occasion and many other things. So it's all about the learning process. So let me do this. Let's go to Q&A session. And again, Greg, I can't thank you enough. That presentation was absolutely remarkable and so in-depth, so comprehensive. Thank you so much for pulling all that together. This is why I love recording these, because people will go back through that and review that, right? And that's the archival aspect of what we try and do. So, okay. So in terms of questions, let me see. It is Option Y on Mac or Alt Y on Windows. Please raise your hand. I know that we have tons of questions. With big presentations like this, sometimes there's so much material that people are kind of slow while they're organizing their thoughts, but let me see, there's Harold. Harold, go for it, sir.
Yes, great presentation. A lot of food for thought. I mean, it was a banquet. So my number one question is the one I have. Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, I can. Your mic is a little faint. Harold, your old desktop mic seemed like it worked better. Do you think you could switch back to that?
Okay, yes.
Yeah, that right there, that's perfect. That's perfect.
My question for you is, I mean, you put a banquet of food for thought there. I mean, there is a lot that some of the theoretical physicists that deal with that would love that. But my question for you is this: have you mix it up, speculating the area, like with the warp drive, Alcubierre warp drive, it uses, the relative time in Einstein equations. And I wonder, have you done any speculation, any wonder in that area on how with compressed time, mix it up, apply to warp drive physics?
Right. Can you hear me, Tim? Are we good?
Yeah. No, you sound great.
Good. Okay, good. And the mic was much better after changing the whatever you did to change the mic. It was great. Let me answer that question this way. I am awed by the ideas that come forward in groups like APEC and others, or really APEC in particular. They're just amazing. You talk about warp drive, which is a fascinating subject in and of itself. I can only hope it's true. I think that is fantastic. And I have, to answer your question specifically, I have not incorporated that technology or tried to incorporate that technology into my presentation or into this presentation in particular. That's a great thought. It's food for thought, and it's something that would be fun to take a look at. How would warp drive relate to this? I received an email earlier this morning, which is great. You know, it's one of those emails that we hope you're not feeling the pressure, but hey, you know, I've had a couple of questions. And the fact is that basically what this person was saying, and it was an excellent email. It was really well written. They critiqued the presentation essentially that was posted to Figshare about noon, Central Time. They critiqued it in detail, and essentially they were asking how this fit into several leading paradigms in foundational physics. They talked about pilot wave theory, and they talked about other theories, and it's remarkable. It's such a broad subject that it would be great to take each of these and look at how they might fit within the framework of a 10-dimensional time. But I have not, to answer your question again, have not gone through and tried to look at warp drive. I'm amazed by that. It's an amazing subject, and I fully support everyone that is working on that technology. It's remarkable.
Well, the other question I have is that I have read some paper speculation about actually gravity. It's time, you know, extremely related to time. Now you have compressed time. How would that basically, you know, would that create a new form of gravity from what you have speculated? Have you thought what kind of, how would it alter gravity, you know, like in Kaluza physics, the fifth dimension, the gravity said to be, is so weak in our universe, in our space-time, because gravity penetrates all dimensions and is diluted. Now, from your viewpoint, discussing, you know, compressed time propulsion, how would that alter gravity? You know, how would that apply, especially since you mentioned application in 10 dimensions?
Right. I think, in fact, let me look at this just briefly. There was a paper written on a 10-dimensional space-time resulting in 24-dimensional Leech lattice, which I thought was an interesting article. And let me find the name on this quickly. It's Potter, I think, is the one that wrote this. This was in 2005. And then there was another article written called Self-Duality and Into String Magic. Basically, it's an article written regarding the concept of a 24-dimensional model in string theory. Now, what caught my attention there was the fact that what I'm talking about, the model that I presented this morning, fits well into a 24-dimensional theory. I mean, it's very interesting how those can work together. And it's interesting that one is a string theory paper, and the other may be more related to a loop quantum gravity perspective. Bottom line, it doesn't change gravity. And it may just be, because I believe gravity, it's not going to change it, but it may be a fresh look of how it might be explained. If we can compress time, then intuitively I'm thinking that yes, that's going to amplify gravity, and it would do it through a quantum effect. Now, don't ask me how to define that exact quantum effect. I don't know. It's going to take someone a lot smarter than I am to be able to go through and say, all right, this is exactly the mechanism in which gravity would be amplified. I'm looking at this intuitively from the aspect of gravity, because I haven't done a lot of work on this as far as gravity is concerned. How might we be able to identify exactly how gravity is amplified? I don't know. And that's something that needs to, I've got some ideas, but it's something that's going to have to be formulated in a more formal way.
Well, that's good. You know, I agree with that statement that you say. So when you start speculating about how will we transform with change gravity, you said it doesn't change it, but then you should add how will it react in terms of anti-gravity, since, you know, we all know about gravity. There's a lot of speculation about anti-gravity. As you are explaining compressed time, time is related to gravity. Therefore, how would that relate to anti-gravity? So in the future, if you have another presentation, I hope you bring up that subject because you have kind of made it interesting. That is very interesting what you have done. Thank you. I appreciate it. And I'm sure many people do. Thank you. I'll keep on the good work.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
And Harold, thank you as well. Yeah, this is intriguing. I've been a fan of higher dimensional theories for years. Everything Harold mentioned, Kaluza-Klein theory. You were talking about 24-dimensional space-time. One of the things that people who do a lot of mathematics have told me is that when you add higher dimensionality to these, the physics just drops out a lot of the time. It just falls right into place, and so for me, that's always been really intriguing. And I know that it's done some work as well. Eric Davis, back in like 2006, I think, did the first applied physics for string and brane theory. And he actually, the Alcubierre warp drive was one of his first papers. There was that, and then there was gravity modification. And he expressed, if I remember right, he expressed the same thing. He said these problems were so intractable, using normal physics, and then you move them into higher dimensional space, and all of a sudden they just drop into place. So, well, let me go to Mark Sokol next, sir.
Yes, Greg, love the presentation. One thing I wanted to mention, and this is just my understanding of Einstein's relativity theory, that when you're traveling at the speed of light, time slows down. So from the photon's perspective, it's actually leaving Alpha Centauri and reaching your eye instantaneously. So if you're actually able to travel at the speed of light and time would come to a stop, you would go wherever you're pointing it, or until you slow down instantaneously. As far as slowing down time, so the speed of light is really just a derivative of the epsilon and mu, the permittivity and permeability of space-time, which are how elastic space-time is, how much magnetic force it can maintain, and how much static electric force it can maintain. Those are actually variables that we can change by stacking electromagnetic fields on top of each other in the near field. And I think this is what many previous presenters have been doing, making warp drives, quote unquote, and they should actually change time in that field as well. I know that they're able to curve light, they're able to pull objects in and out, and this is by creating standing waves of electromagnetic energy. Do you have any comment on that?
Wow. Huge subject, and stacking electromagnetic fields to create a warp drive. I wish, Mark, I knew more about warp drives. Again, I think that I think it's possible. I don't know exactly how. I would have to really take some time to think through how that might work within the constructs of relativity. I do not want to get in an argument with Einstein. No one ever fares well that does that. And let me, my earpiece just dropped out. But yeah, I again, that's something I would have to think clearly through. Now, how does this fit? How does this overall approach fit within relativity? I think it fits quite well. But again, I have not formalized that. So that is a question that needs to be looked at a little more carefully. I notice do you have a screwdriver on that bench over there? I'll melt it for you if you guys invite me to your lab. I'll go do that. So
melt it with what?
Yeah, I assume you've got electric current around there somewhere. So
you have a lot of power.
No,
I have a 15 kilowatt power supply here that goes up to 12,000 volts.
Yeah, what I could do with that. You have a remarkable lab there, and in last week's presentation, I was quite. In fact, I was thinking of you when I added that thing about melting screwdrivers. I could do that easily. But again, according to your question, this is the relationship between a 10-dimensional space-time and a relativistic, within a relativistic structure is they're going to be compatible. I think it's compatible, absolutely. But the formalization of that compatibility is something that's going to have to be worked out. And I have not done that yet. There may be somebody in the audience that's a lot smarter than I am that might be able to answer that question, but and take a broad brush and say, hey, this makes sense or it doesn't make sense. You know, I don't know, and yeah, it fits within a relativistic concept or a construct, or it doesn't. But I'll leave that to someone else. Again, you know, I could use the help if anyone out there wants to pitch in and answer that question.
Also, the 10 dimensions of space-time that you're talking about, how does that work exactly? How many dimensions of space-time are we experiencing right now, according to that part of the theory?
According to what I presented today, you're experiencing 10. You just don't know it because you can't. There's no way for us to be able to determine at that level, in other words, at those that. You know, we talk about Planck time differences or even multiples thereof. I mean, until we get way up there, until that denominator becomes really manageable for the way that we can detect emotion and movement. If you can see Planck time, you let me know. That's great. And maybe the world appears in three. You know, how does, hold up one finger and you say, all right, how many fingers do you see? I see one, but well, depending on how close they are to my eyes. But question would be, how many do you see? And if you see 3, then you're great. That's good. I would assume. So
I mean, really, we're living in 4 dimensions of space. We have this a little. The dimensions that they teach you in school is a little wrong, because 1 dimension of space should be a dot, just a location, like an electron,
right.
Just a dot. And then right. 2 dimensions would be a line, 3 dimensions would be a picture, 4 dimensions would be an object. So in space-time, or in time, we're actually doing the same thing. We're only living in the now. There never is yesterday. I mean, you can have a party
what
for,
I would say then
for time travels. We'll have it last week.
Well, Mark is rocking the boat, but Mark, if I could interject for a moment,
sure.
See, one of the challenges is, mathematically speaking, I would tend to look at it the opposite way. When you get into dimensionality, you're talking about mathematical measurement of things, right? But one of the things I've always wondered is, in space, we don't really have 1 dimension or 2 dimensions. We live in, we call it 3 dimensions because of the way that we measure it. But then I've always wondered, are we conflating a legacy measurement system with an actual description of the space, right? Because, the space that we live in is this volumetric 3-dimensional thing, but that's the way that we measure it that gives us 3. And I've always wondered, since that goes into the mathematics, are we artificially confusing the mathematics by adding 3 dimensions where maybe we only need 1?
Right.
Also, when it comes to time, we're living in the now right now. But when you talk to people who've had near-death experiences, they're experiencing that 1 dimension that we talk about, or the 2 dimensions where you can go back and forth on your timeline and see different aspects of your life from past lives and future lives all together. So I think that really our brain is a filter. We're getting filtered down to this 1 dimension of time, but in reality, all of those dimensions of time are happening together. And if you take enough 5-MeO DMT, then you'll see all 10 of them.
Mark, let me add one thing. And to answer your question this way, Mark, if I were to answer your question, do we live in 4 dimensions? In our present moment, in that instance, that moment right there, yes, that was part of the presentation. Because you're not aware of, and we're not seeing the past corrective or the future predictive. We're not there. We're where we are right now. In the overall scheme of things, I'm saying that we live in basically a 10-dimensional space-time. But what we experience is going to be 4-dimensional. It will be time, as well as 3 dimensions of space. So I hope that helps.
Okay, thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you. Thanks.
Mark, thank you, sir. Let me go to William Alec next. Bill, sir? I think Bill may throw in scalars. I think Bill's going to throw scalars in here.
Later.
Later? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I just want to mention to Greg, very interesting presentation. I don't know, to me, there's a strong correlation between time and gravity. Okay, very strong. It's like they're one and the same. And the reason why I say this is that, I spent a lot of time studying this phenomena at Santa Cruz. It's called the Santa Cruz Mystery Spot. Now, the local school there, U of C Santa Cruz, they would take field trips to this place, have students looking at this phenomena, but they would always write it off as an illusion. What you're seeing really isn't real at all. But, the time that I spent there, I found out, this thing is for real. Okay. And what I mean by that is that it affects the tick rates of clocks. Okay. Now, there's one guy that wrote a book. His name is Douglas Voigt. He wrote a book on these mystery spots. And he took a crystal, an oscillating, a multi-megahertz crystal, and walked it into the phenomena, and the crystal would start slowing down in its tick rate, okay? Which means that the gravity in there is increasing. Now, if your tick rate would speed up, okay, you would have less gravity, okay? So, yeah, I can follow along with that. But see, what Douglas did is that he had a clock on the inside and the outside of the phenomena, and that's how he observed the difference in the tick rate. So I did the same type of experiment, but I used an Accutron watch, okay? And I discovered that, yes, the tick rate slows down as you walk into this phenomena. And it also affects, there's appears to be a gravitational change there as well, okay, because the two are strongly correlated. And the tick rate would slow down, but you would also observe a shrink phenomena occurring. Now, when you're inside the phenomena, it's like you don't really see a difference at all or feel a difference, but yet you can actually see it. So in other words, light would follow like maybe a geodesic pattern, but it also would affect the height of material objects as well. So there seems to be a strong correlation between time and the effect of gravity and how it affects matter, that you observe the shrink growth phenomenon occurring.
Well, and Bill, if I can interject, some of that, because I remember back when you measured the gravitational mystery spot, I think there are a couple of challenges there. From what I remember, and I could be mistaken, but the one in Santa Cruz, it's like a massive, heavy meteorite or metal deposit under the ground. And so you actually do have a real gravitational disturbance. So you were doing measurements on that. But then the other issue, I think, is they've kind of turned it into a tourist attraction. And so you've got almost like these carnival show. And when you talk about the shrink grow phenomena, I think that's one of the challenges where, again, this tourist aspect of it, they've tilted their buildings and created strange rooms and perspective stuff. So there's the impression that I got was there's a lot of confusion, and you have to kind of tease apart the actual phenomena from what people have kind of done to accentuate that,
Right. But they also do like little experiments there as well. They have a swinging weight, and then you look at the shrink growth phenomena, as you approach the center of the phenomena. Okay, it also affects the height as well. But, all that I want to say is that there just seems to be a strong correlation between time and gravity. That's basically all that I wanted to say here.
Well, interesting. Yeah.
Thank you, Bill. Let me go to Michael Boyd next, who actually has a Santa Cruz mystery spot poster on his wall behind him.
Hello. Yeah, I was going to say that, Bill. I got it right behind me here. Santa Cruz Mystery Spot. That's where I am. Santa Cruz County. I live in SoCal, California. So it's about a mile from me. So,
20 years ago, I did spend a lot of time there. So it was a while back.
I've been here for 21 years. So Greg, my question is about, I have a couple questions. The first is, do you think gravity is linear with distance always, or is it non-linear depending on the distance?
Wow. Okay. I believe that, what's the best way to put this? I believe the gravity is constant, certainly throughout the universe, and that's been shown to be the case. Although you hear some individuals talk now, and they're beginning to say that perhaps in certain areas of the universe, the laws of physics may change or differ. And it's really cutting edge stuff. But I don't know, and gravity is such a personal subject to I think every foundational physicist out there. Wars have been fought over this, just about, and I do not have a proper answer for your question, Michael. I don't. I wish I did.
Just to give you the context is,
sure.
So acceleration's distance squared over time squared.
Right. Understood.
So that's right. when I'm saying it's linear.
Right. Right.
I'm asking, is it always distance squared over time squared? That's the question.
Is it always that way? Again, I cannot answer that question. It would seem reasonable that gravity would always carry with it a standard, regardless of where you were or within the number of spatial dimensions that exist, whatever those may be. Again, we're speculating here, but I think it's constant. But at the same time, there is always the possibility that it is not. And I hope I'm understanding your question properly.
No,
I may
I
not
think
be,
you are.
but
I think you are. So I appreciate that answer.
Sure.
The other, do you know what? Have you ever heard of the phrase offset spatial divergence?
Offset spatial divergence. I could guess, but go ahead and enlighten me.
So basically, what it is to travel in time is to travel in space. So
that's interesting. Okay.
Because if you think about it, everything in the universe is moving, correct?
That's correct.
So if you're moving in time, you have to move in space then, right?
It's interesting. Yes. Okay.
So so now in general relativity, they talk about the warping of space-time. You kind of talked about it a little bit about how you can slow time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Basically, that's a natural phenomena that occurs. You got a GPS on your cell phone. It's connected to a satellite. The satellite in space, the time is going faster than it is here on the surface of the Earth, where you have your cell phone, because of frame dragging, essentially, because time is slower at the surface of the Earth than it is in. So is that what you're talking about?
No, I think, and again, I think you're getting back into relativistic time, which I have no argument with. I think, I refuse to get in an argument with Einstein. That never works. But I think that you have to stop and you have to look at time as being the carrier of space and not space as being a place where time happens. And so when we get into frame references and that type of thing, that is, I think, is a different argument altogether. It would be an interesting thing to do, basically, is to go back and say, all right, let's meld these two together. Let's take a look at relativistic time frame reference, and let's then meld that back into a theory of 10-dimensional time. I have not done that. Intuitively, again, I refuse to argue with Einstein. Not going to go there, but I think that there may be a way. There has to be a way to relate.
So I have heard of 11-dimensional time, but I don't think I've heard of 5-dimensional. So I kind of don't. I'm having a hard time grasping that. So I'm trying to get it from a different approach. So if basically you agree though that time is slower on Earth than it is in space, right?
I'm going to agree that the way that we experience time is, again, relativistically, is in line with exactly the way that relativity says it should be. If I'm, well, without going into a lot of detail, I believe that relativity is right on. I believe that, yes, there are different ways that we experience time. But again, I think that this can be tied back into a 10-dimensional space-time, Michael, I believe. Now, I have not formalized
I actually agree with you.
Yeah.
But the part I'm feeling a little uncomfortable is there's you need to look at it from both sides, from the
Right.
the condensed space, or what I would call condensed space-time,
Right.
on the surface of the Earth, and expanded space-time, which is in the outer space in this case.
Right.
So, and when we're talking about expanded space-time, then we're not talking about gravity anymore. We're talking about anti-gravity. And if that's the case, then wouldn't that suggest that time's pushing back? So basically, when expanded space-time, time goes faster, the length gets longer when you go the other way. So think of it, you're like traveling in near the speed of light in a spacecraft heading out into deep space. And then there's offset spatial divergence. If you go out for a light year, and you come back for a light year, time is like all your relatives are gone. Okay. That's offset spatial divergence. So, but it also goes the other way. If you're like accelerating to the speed of light and you're heading towards the sun, or maybe like those UFOs that are going in the volcanoes, it's heading down towards the mass. It's the same effect. It's the offsets, but in that case, the time is getting condensed, right?
Well, in theory, if I remember right, from what I've read, time passes 6 to 7 times more slowly on the surface, if there is one, of Jupiter. I remember reading something about that. They've said when you get to the center of mass of Jupiter, simply because of the increased gravitational field. So for me, this is something I personally, this is kind of beyond my brain cell capability. I always struggle with this. The other thing that I kind of struggle with, I probably shouldn't, is the clock offset with the GPS satellites too. I mean, they're higher up in the gravity well, and so time passes more quickly for them, and they have to do an offset. I'm like, how? I don't know. Conceptually, I struggle with that.
So what I'm trying to suggest, Greg, is I agree with the path you're on, but I think you're missing half of it. Okay.
Okay. Fair enough.
I do think it's a valid approach, and it's just look at it from the other way too. Look at it from both sides always. Okay. That's how I try to do it.
Michael, I appreciate it. I mean, any constructive criticism is welcome. I appreciate that. Thank you.
And
okay,
Michael,
thank you. I appreciate your comments and your answers too.
Thank you very much. The other thing, if I could mention it really quick, was I should write the name of this show down. It pops back into my head so often. It was a show. It was an interview with Dr. Lisa Randall and Brian Greene. It was on higher dimensional space-time. It was on the Science Channel. This was back in the 2000s. And what they suggested was they were trying to do a representational model of brain theory. And they showed these membranes, right? They look like big orbs or glowing balloons in space. And in that case, what interested me about it was they said that the premise was gravity is so weak in our universe because we are located on the electromagnetic brain. And they said the electromagnetic brain is primarily here, and where the EM brain and the gravitational brain, where they overlap, is our space-time, but we live on the EM side of that. And so they were postulating that there was basically a parallel universe, presumably, that's primarily the gravitational one, where those forces would be separate. The thing that interested me about that, though, was, and they didn't highlight this in the show, was they showed, so again, if electromagnetism is one brane and gravity is another brane, where they showed them moving together and overlapping, time would still be the background. So in their model, time was dimension 0. Time was the base dimension that everything else happens in.
Interesting.
Well, yeah. So again, let me for questions, and we're getting in pretty deep here today. But it's Option Y on Mac or Alt Y on Windows. If you have any questions for Greg Cathcart, Greg, I genuinely cannot thank you enough for this presentation. This is inspiring and incredibly in-depth material. So,
thank you. Thanks. Thank you, Tim. It was a pleasure. A lot of fun.
oh yeah, yeah. No, this is one of those ones to go back and just rewatch the presentation and try and fit all of those pieces together.
Yeah.
So how many years have you been working on this for?
Just, Tim, it comes out of a lot of research that I've done over the years. It's impossible to say that there was a starting point and then a finishing point. I would say that a few years of reading, getting out there and looking at what is happening in research kind of culminated into this presentation at this point. Hopefully that will grow as time goes on. I appreciate Michael's comments, and I knew there would be a challenge with this from interpreting it from a relativistic structure. And because that's our fail-safe point. That's where we go to look at things, because it's essentially the way that we have all been trained, or at least the physicists certainly, and others have been trained. But it will be interesting to see how this matures over time, and this is why I strongly urge and would appreciate any constructive criticisms from the listeners of this presentation of this program today, to come back and say, hey, have you thought about the following? This individual that emailed me this morning, the thing that I so appreciated about what they did was they sent me an email that must be on my phone. It had to have been 10 pages worth of critiques and questions, and how does this fit in within this reference? How does it fit in with this particular theory? And that is all great food for thought, and it's a great starting place for so many other directions that this might go.
Yeah. No, I mean, that makes sense. There's so much depth here to this, and it feels like with your presentation, but also a lot of the others that we have, it feels like we're just pushing against the limits of these models. That's a big part, is like we science has developed these models, and we're just kind of reaching the end in a lot of cases, but we're not really sure where to go next. So let me go back to Mark. Mark has his hand raised again. Sir?
Yes, and this time a question is coming from the YouTube live stream over by the Alien Scientist channel. Dret Core Original is asking, traveling back in time, does it create a parallel or self-fulfilling future, or both? Parallel timelines or alternative timelines.
Okay, that's interesting in that I have not really taken the time to take a look at parallel timelines. I would say this, that essentially what I presented, if you go back and look at the CTL, there is definitely the possibility of multiple realities as far as I interpret this. Are there possibilities for differing timelines within the same reality? And I assume that's the question that's being asked. That is a great question, and I've not really given that a whole lot of thought. I don't know, and I don't know if there are loops that are opened and then closed. And I've read through quite a bit of fascinating perspectives on how multiple timelines exist. Now, I would say this from the standpoint. Go ahead.
Have you heard of the Mandela effect? That's an interesting thing.
The Mandela effect. Where were you the day that Mandela, got out of prison or whatever?
Some people remember him dying. some people actually,
remember him. Yeah.
yeah, some
Remember
people
him
remember
dying.
an alternative universe. And I've actually had arguments with friends of mine, girlfriends, whatever, where it seems like we're coming from alternative universes. You know, they're adamant they remember something, and I am positive it didn't happen. And the only solution to me is alternative universes there.
I'm gonna have to resort to Occam's razor here, Mark, and say, look, there has to be a psychological perspective to this, and I'm not talking about that in a negative way. I mean, we are all of us are fooled with our own perceptions and memories, and it's easy to remember things that we can create even subconsciously, and we can come back and say, yeah, that happened. Is it above my pay grade to say absolutely that can't happen? Yeah, it's above my pay grade. I'm not sure whether that happens or not, but I would say that it's probably, in my opinion, I could be wrong here, but it is probably an artifact of our own psychology.
I would agree. I would agree with that. And it's one of the things, and this is kind of an aside, but one of the things that has intrigued me, and this comes out of UFOs. This is absolutely UFOs. I think one of the most important and least well understood phenomena is mass hysteria in the human mind. And like the Mothman prophecies, right? With the movie with Richard Gere was a perfect example of that. Another one is, UFO reports, not just UFO reports, but the fact that when you have times of increased tension and stress, right? Like the pandemic, things like UFOs, all of a sudden they pop back up over and over again. And so these things are tied, they're tied into our psychology, they're tied into anxiety, they're tied into uncertainties. And unfortunately, I think as a society, we don't study them enough. You get into the phenomenology of, and the ghost hunters and stuff like that would be another example of it. You get into this phenomenology of the paranormal, and it's understood that psychology plays a role, but it's not well understood why or how. So
that's a good point.
Yeah, that's always intrigued me. One of the things, and again, I'm going off on a tangent, but I used to commute in Seattle across the 520 bridge. And so one of the things that I noticed was this was a Malthusian thing where the worse traffic got, the closer to road rage people got, right? Consistently speaking. Which shouldn't be a surprise, but and so when you have relatively smooth flowing traffic, people drive relatively normally, and when that starts to get packed and it slows down, people start to act screwy. They start to take risks that they wouldn't normally take, and they start to do stuff that you look at it and you go, okay, this person is not behaving rationally anymore, and I always looked at that and said, in some ways, it's like we're all frogs in a pot of boiling water, and maybe it's a different temperature, and we all have a different tolerance for it. But there are just so many different factors there, and unfortunately, I think in science we don't take those into account enough.
Agreed.
Let me see. So let me see if there are any other questions. I think we're all set. So let me do this. We're about 5 minutes from the top of the hour. Let me put this thing back on gallery view. Everyone, please give Greg Cathcart an enormous applause again for his Q&A section, and a wonderful, Greg, that was absolutely tremendous presentation. Thank you so much. If you ever have anything like that you'd like to share again, please bring it back here. Please.
I will. Thanks, Tim. Be glad to do it. Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, absolutely, sir. Absolutely. Okay, so let me do this then. Next, I want to go again. We're about 5 minutes above the top of the hour. I need to find Jose Ruiz. There. So he is here, but it looks like he hasn't joined yet.
Well, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, there you are. Okay, sorry. Oh, Pepe. Okay, I'm sorry, sir.
I go by Pepe.
let me do a brief introduction. Okay. So there is, and again, we are talking about the traits of extraordinary devices, and then you had some suggestions for the Alzofon experiment. There's a 3-step pattern you've written that constantly repeats itself across many extraordinary devices. If people would incorporate these steps into their own experiments, their chances of success would be dramatically increased. These devices tend to disrupt equilibrium at a quantum level in a known area. Energy is extracted out of the disrupted area and transferred to another location where it can be managed. And energy is used in real time somewhere outside of the device. So in your presentation, you talked about going into the details of these 3 prevailing traits, as well as providing some examples and a hypothesis of how and why this helps them to work. And then again, as you mentioned before, you have a suggested Alzofon experiment to incorporate this pattern. So Pepe, please take it away, sir. And do you have a screen share?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go for it.
All right. Thank you, Tim. Okay, nice.
Wonderful. Okay, so I can see your screen. Yeah, perfect.
Okay,
Perfect.
excellent. Well, first of all, thank you, Tim, for letting me present my stuff, my ideas. And thank you for letting other people present too. I learned a lot from them. And thank you, everybody, okay? It's amazing what you guys are doing and all the things that you helped me. So I hope I can help you at least as much as you have helped me with this, all right? Okay, let's start. Well, the title is Prevailing Traits in Extraordinary Devices and Its Possibilities in Anti-Gravity. I designed this presentation for researchers, scientists, enthusiasts. I hope if you incorporate these changes, you're gonna be successful. If you created something and you didn't get the results you wanted, I hope with this pattern, you're gonna be able to be successful. Also, I designed a little bit for possible investors. I know this is risky, but we're coming to a point where we're on the brink of making a breakthrough in scientists. And these people here at APEC are in the front line. And if you get on it right now, the benefits will be better in the long run. Okay, topics. I'm gonna be talking first about the premises and assumptions. We all have this baseline that we built on, all this scientific research that we've done before. And based on this scientific research, we built on. So I'm gonna go there first, energy conservation particularly. Then I'm gonna explain how the devices work, what my idea is. And then the 3 steps that I already mentioned, disrupt equilibrium, transfer energy, and use some energy, some examples and possibilities in anti-gravity. First of all, premises and assumptions, conservation of energy. The very first time I ever heard about these extraordinary devices and those devices that get more energy out than the one they put in, I immediately said, well, this is not right, okay? It's not true. But at some point, I started analyzing the energy balancing equations, and they don't incorporate many things, like, for example, the mass. They don't incorporate the masses of ions, isotopes, quarks, neutrons, and all the elementary particles. Also, they don't include the decays. At some point, some atoms decay into alpha, beta, gamma decay, and they don't incorporate that. The kinetic energy of all particles in all degrees of freedom, they don't incorporate that either. Many of you said, oh yeah, kinetic energy is related to temperature and heat. Yeah, that's correct, but that is not correct all the time. Just to put things in perspective about what I'm talking about, like my old professor used to say, if you're able to get the energy of any mass, of 1 kilogram of mass, you're gonna be able to power up the entire United States in one day. Just 1 kilogram of mass of any mass. So imagine there is a lot of energy on all the subatomic particles and the atomic particles that we're not considering. Also, there is magnetic field of Earth, gravity of Earth, kinetic energy, the moon, the sun, the galaxy, there is rotation, there is translation. there is a lot of energy. We're surrounded by energy that we're not considering. Okay, I'm not gonna go into the math or why, but you guys know about this. I don't want to bother you with the details, but my point here is that whenever we talk about extraordinary devices, the first thing is like, no, it violates the rules of physics. It violates the second law of thermodynamics. So it violates the conservation of energy. Well, we have energy. There's lots of energy, and we don't include it on the equations. There are good reasons for it. It's, I don't like to say impossible to accurately measure all the energy available, but there is energy. I'm gonna give you an example about this. When NASA wants to send a rocket to a different planet, they send the rocket first to the moon, they utilize the gravity of the moon, and then the rocket gets an impulse due to the gravity of the moon. That way you can save a lot of fuel and you can reach a longer distance with the rocket. But the energy provided by the moon is not felt or is not measurable by the moon. In theory, the moon slows down. That's the only way it can actually be explained. But can you measure how much the moon is slowed down? We can really measure that. As well as we cannot really measure if a device with extraordinary energy use some of the gravity of the sun or some of the gravity of the moon. We cannot really measure it. Well, that's one point. Another point about conservation of energy, I don't agree with many of the titles that they put into it, like tap into 0-point energy, ether, sea of energy, or especially the one I don't agree with is free energy. There is no such a thing as a free energy, okay? Nothing is free, not even energy. I believe these devices work, but not because their energy is free, because they get energy from any of these possibilities that I just showed you. Okay. Well, let me continue with some references. For those of you that would like to see some references, you can see them in your own time. I'm just gonna show it here. I'm not gonna go over them. That way I can let the Bill present too. Hopefully there's enough time. Yeah, I think there will be enough time for him to present too. Okay, Jenkins, Omaza, Celani. Now, how do extraordinary devices work? Okay, here's my definition. Extraordinary devices induce non-uniform fluctuations among atoms in such a way that the equilibrium is broken in some places. When this happens, nature does what it does best, brings things to equilibrium, and it uses whatever means necessary. And this includes some energy rearrangements. And this is the good thing, that's where the energy comes from. Because at this time is when the energy is obtained from these devices, or we can obtain anti-gravity too. But let me go step by step. Let's go first for the non-uniform fluctuations. Okay, I got this image from a simulator. We have two charges, two positive, two negative charges, and the arrows represent the fields. The darker the arrow, the stronger the field. The lighter the arrow, the lighter the field. So in normal conditions, everything fluctuates, but nothing changes. It pretty much looks like this. When you start applying non-uniform fluctuations, you start looking into these spaces in the middle with the lighter arrows. But it comes to a point, if you put another particle in here, equilibrium is broken. Things will never be the same, okay? Things will not accommodate the way it was. So you have this big space with lower energy density, right? This one, I put it here. Now, I was looking for a name for these spaces with lower energy density, and I couldn't really find a name. If any one of you find a name, please let me know. But for the time being, I'm gonna call it PEPs, okay? Why? Because I'm Pepe, I like to be called Pepe. Since I have to call it a name, let's do that. Well, what are the PEPs? Well, they're like bubbles of lower energy density. They're small, they're really small. They have any 3D shape. It's a closed loop gradient, okay? it means that all around they have one measure of, for example, no, for anything, it could be heat, it could be magnetic field, gravity, polarity, but inside it has less of that, less pressure, less magnetic field, less gravity. Or it could be any combination of this. The higher the difference between the inside and the outside, the higher the impact. Now, let me explain more about it. Whenever there is a discrepancy like this, whenever there is a PEP, nature does what it does best, brings things to equilibrium. And this will make extraordinary devices work. They break equilibrium and then nature does the rest. Extraordinary devices work with nature. They don't work against it, okay? Let's do more. There's an analogy to airplanes, okay? I'm sure most of you guys already know how airplanes fly. I'm gonna explain a little bit to remind you. Let me just drink some water. My mouth is getting dry. Okay, what you see here on the screen is on the grayish rear shape is called the airfoil. And this is the shape of the wing. If you look at the wing from the side and then you make a cut, like a cross-sectional cut, this is what you'll see, okay? These blue lines represent the air. And when the air goes this way, some particles go on top of the wing and some particles go under the wing. But the same particles have to meet at the end of the wing. Since the particles on top have to travel longer distance to meet with the other particle, they have to speed up, they have to run faster. If the particles run faster, that will apply less pressure to the top of the wing. And pressure is directly proportional to force. So when the airplanes are flying, there is a difference in force between the top of the wing and the bottom of the wing. When that force difference is higher than the weight of the entire airplane, then the airplane takes off. And that's how airplanes fly. Now, I'm gonna ask you these questions. How do the molecules on top of the wing know that they have to move faster? What tells them that they have to move faster, but just at this much speed? Have you ever thought about that? Well, I have a theory, and it's related to this PEP, so this lower energy density. What happens is that some lower energy density are formed on top of the wing. And these are the ones who tell the molecule to move a little bit faster. The molecules at this point, they don't know what's going on in the future. They don't know what's coming. They just adjust themselves to their current local conditions, okay? And these PEPs are formed because you have the same amount of particles on top and the same amount of particles on the bottom. So the particles on top, they spaced out according to match up the whole wing, okay, to cover the whole wing. Obviously, they leave some spaces, and these spaces are the PEPs, or the lower energy density bubbles. So we already use a system like that. We just do not explain it this way. So what we can do is what we can say is that energy changes, well, changes in energy density at molecular level is what makes airplanes fly. Well, now let me explain another way to visualize my hypothesis or my theory on energy density gradient. Imagine this ball, okay? It's sitting on a flat surface, horizontal surface, with no energy gradient. But if you move put one side, you put lower energy density and higher in the other, the ball is gonna start rolling down. If you put the opposite, it's gonna roll down the opposite direction. Well, this is just an example to visualize the importance of energy density and how, if we manage the energy density, we can manage nature. So having said this, pushing, pulling, or lifting are not the only ways to move a ball. It's time we think a little bit different. Science has been thinking traditionally into pushing a ball, like overcoming gravity or burning something or explode everything on an engine so we can get the power. Well, it's time to move outside that thinking. Why not moving the surroundings so we can get the desired results? Okay, now let's go to the pattern. First one, disrupt equilibrium. Second, transfer energy outside the disruption zone. And third, use that energy in real time. Okay, well, let's do step number one. Disrupting equilibrium means making these steps, making these three-dimensional areas where the energy density is less than the surroundings, okay? At the same time, when this is happening, because this is really important, when this is happening, we need to extract energy. But first of all, let me show you how are these steps refilled. Because nature have to refill them. That's what nature does all the time. Okay, brings things to equilibrium. But how does nature do that? Well, it uses whatever is available close by. It could be ions, neutrons, radiant energy, heat, magnetism, anything, okay? Anything you can think of. Nuclear orientation, which is the base of how we can overcome gravity. The spin, kinetic energy of any degree of freedom. I'm not sure if you guys have seen when water runs through a place for the first time. When water goes down, let's say a dry river, water doesn't respect anything. Water goes whatever it wants to go, but it doesn't make a decision in advance. It only follows what's next to it at the local area. Okay, if it has to go right, it goes right, and if it has to go left, it goes left. It doesn't care. Well, the same thing happens with nature when a PEP is formed. It gets to equilibrium using whatever is available around. Okay, now, what I say is nature takes the simplest, easiest, and fastest way possible to equilibrium. That's how nature acts. So we need to take this and use it towards our advantage. Okay, that's what the extraordinary devices do. They work with nature. Now, second point, extraordinary devices take the energy out of the disruption zone, okay? For two reasons. The main reason is that if no energy is taken out of the disruption zone, things will go back to equilibrium, okay? If nature takes the simplest way possible and all the energy is already there close by, nature uses that energy, okay? Why would it needs to make this extraordinary energy, or why will it take energy from any other method? It just take whatever is available. If it's everything is already out there, it's saturated, well, it uses the same energy. But if you take some energy out of the disruption zone, then nature has to look for other ways to bring things to equilibrium. And that's when it takes anything else, ions, everything else that is close by. That's one reason. And actually, this is the single most important thing that I see people not doing in their experiments. And I believe if they just incorporate this system, if they just take energy out, they will get better results. Okay. Now, there is another reason why it's good to take energy out, just to make some room for bubbles, for PEPs to grow up. What we're interested in is all these low energy density spaces of PEPs. But if there is no space, they're not going to grow. So we need to make some room for space. Let me have an analogy for this. These are bottles with water. I don't know if you play as a kid with this, but if you fill out this bottle with water and water with soap, and you shake it, shake it, no matter how much you shake it, you're not going to see much bubbles. okay? Because there is no room for the bubbles to grow up. But if you take some water out and then you shake it, you will see some foam, you see some bubbles here. If you take even more water out and then you shake it again, you'll see that you get even more bubbles. This is what we need. We need to take the energy out of the system to be able to grow some bubbles. Okay, and that will leave some room for more energy rearrangements. Okay, the third step, use the energy in real time. Use it on your own device or use another device, whatever is, you can use it. This is important because it comes to a point where the whole device gets saturated energetically, okay? In one video, one person, I don't remember who it was, he said that his device was working and then all of a sudden it stopped. What they did, they just moved it to a different place on the same lab, but just a different place, and then it worked. Why? Because it was already saturated, okay? If you don't take the energy out, the device is gonna come to a point where everything is right there. Nature doesn't have to do anything extraordinary to bring things back to equilibrium. So nature doesn't do it if nature doesn't have to. That's why it's important to take energy out, completely out. Now, if one of these steps have to be synchronized, okay? You cannot leave one of these steps like George Holloway had to try to do at some point, that he tried to divide each single step and make sure that he measures everything. It's a good idea, but actually that's what made it not work, okay? Because all these three steps have to be synchronized and perfectly tuned, okay? And if one of these steps is not working or is not present, the whole device won't work. That's why this is important. Examples, I'm gonna go over some examples just to support this. Sorry about that noise. Each one of these examples requires a lot of time, okay? I'm not gonna go over them. It takes way too much time, but I'm just gonna point out the 3 steps that I'm talking about. Hopefully with these examples, you take the one you need for your own experiments and apply to your own experiments. And hopefully you make your device work. Okay, let me get some about it. Sorry. The first experiment I'm going to talk is about Takahashi experiment. He was able to get up to 1.7 times more energy out of the system than the one he used to run the system. What he used was amps intervals and different times and sawtooth waves. Well, he used ranges from 0.2 to 0.4 amps for a certain time, 6 hours, and then he moved and fed the system from 4 amps to 20 amps, 4 to 5 amps. And that way, he was able to disrupt equilibrium right here in this area, okay? The extraction was done by a heat exchanger that you can see right here. And the energy, the usage of the energy was done by the chiller and heater. The reason I put this experiment first is because you have the 3 steps clearly marked right here, okay? You can see the reference. You want to know more about this experiment, you can read it here. Also, materials involved: lead, PT, D2O, LiO-D, lithium. This is really important because when you have PEPs, nature will take whatever is around that PEP, okay? Normally what's around that lower energy density, around the bubble, is the material the device is made of, okay? So this is important. So for you guys that are experimenting with something, if you have something that kind of looks like what Takahashi did, maybe you want to try one of these elements. Okay, let's go to the next experiment. Celani experiment. Okay, the disruption was done by heat, voltage, and fluid. Yeah, he used different ranges of voltages on different fluids. The extraction method was temperature of fluids. Okay, if you run something and you don't extract the energy somehow, you won't get the results you want. In this case, he used the temperature and then he cool down the fluid, again, using a heat exchanger. It's very similar to the other one, Takahashi, but it did a different way, and it used different fluid and different materials. He used copper and nickel. You can read more about it on Celani. You have the reference here if you're interested in knowing more about that. Another interesting device is Andrea Rossi, okay? He used eruption by heat, voltage, and air. The extraction was by, same thing, by temperature of the fluid, but he ran an HVAC, an air conditioning system. Okay, I'm gonna explain this a little bit because it has some really cool things that you can learn from, we can all learn from. These are like resistances that uses heat, but these resistance are embedded right here on this layer. Okay, this is layer number 40, is 40 right here. Okay, so these resistance are embedded on top, on the layers on top, that even Andrea Rossi calls them fuel. So when he runs different voltages and heat, the heat makes air to run through here, and that turbulent flow of heat combined with the fuel creates the PEPs. And then those PEPs react with the layers of fuel, which are made of nickel, lithium, aluminum. And I think it's pretty cool because this is relatively simple and we can use it. You want more info, you can look at the patent right here. Searle effect, this is one of my favorite ones. Okay, the disruption was done by magnetic fields. Okay, I'm assuming most of you guys already are familiar with this, but you have a center plate with different materials, mainly copper, neodymium, Teflon, and other rare earth metals. And then you have rolls on the side. These rolls rotate in this way and about its own axis, and it also rotates about the center plate. So these are coils that extract magnetism, energy from the system, and when they do, they create some bubbles here. They create low energy density bubbles, which force nature to make energy rearrangements, and that's how this thing works. Okay, finally, the usage. Well, it can be used for anti-gravity because for some reason, some of the energy or some of the PEPs are filled with gravity. Instead of just being filled with any other material, some of them are filled by gravity. If you want more information, you can look at the documentary. I didn't find much info about this. The reason I put this in is because I actually spent a few days at the lab with Fernando Morris in Southern California. I actually saw firsthand the mock-up that they used to make the film. And I even read some of the books that Dr. Searle read, or the ones that he wrote too. It's very interesting. He was obsessed with magic squares, and I actually got some of that obsession too. They're incredible, okay? It's incredible how these numbers match up with each other. But anyways, you can read more about magic squares and the Searle story. Okay, another device that I want to bring to your attention. Oh, by the way, I chose these devices not because they're the only ones. Actually, there are a number of these devices, interesting ones, but these devices are a little bit different, and these devices give us something to learn from. Okay, transparently less transistor radio receiver. The disruption of the disruption is done by radio frequencies and by transistor oscillators. Okay, the extraction of coils. Do you see what is the transistor? The extraction of coil. Extraction is done by coils and capacitors. Here are the coils. Here are the capacitors. And the usage, they use the same energy to run the radio transmitter and the speaker. So what's the interesting part about this is that he uses capacitors to tune the system, okay? Back in the days, they didn't have such a good electronic system, so they can condition the signal or time the feeding or the frequency. So what he did, he changed the capacitance of the capacitors. Okay, the materials that he used was copper from the coils, aluminum and tantalum, and silver from the capacitors. Tuning was capacitor. You can find more info in the patent here if you're interested in more info. Okay, another interesting device is the Hendershot generator. Okay, the disruption is done by radio frequencies. Okay, and the extraction is done by capacitors, just like the other one, the capacitors and coils. And the usage, he used an output load, and he also used a solenoid buzzers with an iron bar and permanent magnets. The interesting part about this is that it was done back in the days also when he didn't have much electronics. But instead of changing the capacitance of the capacitors, he used this system of the iron bar and the permanent magnet. And he used this system, the clapper. So if he adjusts the distance between the iron bar and the permanent magnet, the clapper would act different at different frequencies. Okay, so the way he tuned this whole system was by adjusting the distance with just a screwdriver. He adjusts the system, and the way it extracted energy, it's by the frequency in which the clapper was activated or the buzzer was activated. So the main point of this Henderson generator is that the way he tuned it was by the third step on the usage of buzzers or the output load, okay? So the three steps are present right here on this system, but the adjustment happens at the very end, at the very last step. That's the interesting part about this. Okay, if you want to use that on your systems, because I see that some people have different system, very interesting system. Some of them I don't even understand them, but they look promising. If you want more info about this system, you can go to Kelly's 1987, the manual for free energy devices. This is interesting, has a lot of information on it. Another device that you may want to look at is the Stanley Measure field device. I'm sure most of you know about this. The disruption was done mainly by moving water, by using high frequency pulses. Also, he stopped for a few cycles, okay? And finally, I believe cavitation also. It has to do with these devices working, okay? Back when Stanley Measure was working on these devices, he didn't know much about cavitation. I don't think anybody knew about that. But cavitations are the implosions of these little bubbles that the gas makes, and the implosion makes a big difference. And I'm saying this because I myself did some experimenting with this. And there's a huge difference. The more bubbles you have and the more bubbles you can implode within the system, the more energy you get out of it. So even though the Stanley Major didn't specify, I believe the cavitation also has a lot to do with the efficiency of his device. The way he extracts the energy is by directing the hydrogen and the oxygen to the combustion chamber. And the way he used that energy right away by burning it on the combustion chamber. You can read more about this. Here are some references. And at the end, the Kerbeck. He did a really, really nice job analyzing the Stanley Major, okay? This Kerbeck 2007. It's a 250 pages report. It's really, really nice. Another device that I would like to bring up to your attention is the Panton reactor. Even though this is not on my favorite list, the reason I put it here is because some of you are looking into using liquid fluid for anti-gravity. Okay, and managing liquid is kind of a different animal, okay? And this Panton reactor uses a lot of fluid, and maybe we can use some of the logic so we can get anti-gravity here, okay? Let me explain a little bit about the Panton reactor. Well, first of all, Panton runs a motor regularly with the gasoline, and then the exhaust of that gasoline engine is run through here. It heats up the reactor, and then the same exhaust gases go to what he called the bubbler right here. But the bubbler is filled with alternative fuel. Let's say any other, could be water, any other fluid. He even says that he can run a motor with jalapeno juice. Some people said that he runs on jalapeno juice too. But anyways, right here goes the alternative fluid. It mixes it with the exhaust gases and then brings it back to the combustion, to the reactor, okay? Once these gases are conditioned, then goes to the center part of the reaction where it mixes with a magnetized rod, okay? Here in the information I have, he doesn't show the exact material that the rod is made of. He just says a steel rod, and it has like a different weird shape at the beginning. I personally think that he doesn't have necessarily this shape, and also he treats this rod. That's why it works, and I think that's the way he protects his invention. But I didn't find any more info. I was trying to get the material or the treatment that rod undergo, but I couldn't find anything. But the reason I bring this up, like I said before, for those of you that are trying to use the fluid for anti-gravity, you may want to look into this closely and see what it can be done and what we can learn. Okay, here in the reactor, we have turbulent flow. We have two different materials, the tube on the top and the center rod. And we have different temperatures because it's not the same temperature all around. Just to bring food to your imagination. Now, the extraction of pulp and ton is just pointing the gases, the prepared gases back to the intake of the engine until it just stops the gas and it runs the engine with the alternative fuel. Okay, some of the materials involved just for the very beginning is CO2, the O2, and different hydrocarbons, because this is what comes out of the engines normally. Also the iron, because of the center rod, and other combinations that like I said before, I think that's the way he protect his invention by not, by not telling anybody or not writing it anywhere. Another interesting thing I have about Pantone is that I actually saw him in one of the extraordinary technology events. I think it was in Albuquerque. And it was good. He was doing his shop, and many people attended and nobody complained about his device. Then he was taken to the psychiatric hospital and nobody knew where he was at, okay? And then I went to another Tesla Tech conference in Salt Lake City, Utah, and we were in the dining room just at night. And for some reason, people allow Paul Pantone to call one of the attendees here, and they put the phone on the speaker, and the speaker on a bigger speaker so everybody could hear that. And I could hear personally how Paul Pantone was saying, they didn't let him sleep, that sometimes he couldn't eat, and he was going crazy. After he was released, he never made his reactor work. I don't know why, but it's something to consider at this point. Okay, that's interesting. It seems like all the good info is already suppressed, but nevertheless, I believe at some point it did work. Well, I'm gonna stop here on the devices, but there are some worth mentioning, which is Hutchinson is the first one. What I believe happens with Hutchinson is that he created so many PEPs, so many PEPs, that nature had to break things apart. In order to nature bring things to equilibrium, he had to break things apart, or he had to melt two different devices together, two different materials together, or he had some levitation. I'm sure if John Hutchinson would have put a way of extract energy, he would have get an amazing generator, energy generator. Or maybe he did, most likely he did, and he just was forbidden to do it. Other interesting devices to mention: Aspen Howard, Chinkali Lloyd, Bruce De Palma, Declare. This is the one with the cavitation. This is very interesting. Also, the new discoveries in nanotubes. I believe with these new discoveries in nanotubes, we're going to be able to use it to our advantage, especially with the stuff that Mark Sokol is doing. I believe he's in the right track, and with a little bit of help with the materials department, it will be amazing. It will not take longer before he does amazing work. Anyway, some additional comments. Let the system breathe. Okay, it's mentioned on Omasa. By the way, Omasa created a method of converting elements. Okay, it's a very interesting article. I recommend you read it. Okay. Also, Stanley Major. He uses a different frequency, but at some point he stops. Okay, he stops completely and it starts all over again. So this is something that I don't see people doing a lot of times, and that's something to consider. Stop and then do it all over again, or do the cycle again. Stop for a few seconds or nanoseconds, or stop for a few cycles. Also, another story, Ralph Rink, who worked with the Otis car. He also said, let the system breathe. There's a story that he tells in one of his videos where NASA was building the Otis car, was replicating the Otis car, but they couldn't make it work. So the NASA guys knew about Ralph Rink and that he worked with Otis car. So they called him up. When Ralph Rink saw the device, he told him that, let the system breathe. And the system, when they do it, the system worked. But later on, they stopped doing it. They kept doing their own thing. When Ralph Ring asked them, like, what happened? Why you don't do what I told you to do? The answer from NASA was, well, we get paid to look for answers, not to find the answers. Okay? And well, that's a great impact on me because I grew up thinking about working for NASA, and that really that really scares me. No, that one and other things, you know, I actually had a chance to work for NASA at some point, and I declined. I met a lot of people that actually work for NASA, and they're ashamed to say that they did work for NASA for these type of reasons. Okay, now let's go to the next, well, additional comments. Okay, to do your devices, you can use DNA sequences, Fibonacci, magic squares, Fourier series, perfect ratio, the fractal conjugate of Dan Winter. Well, I never heard anyone talking about Dan Winter on his stuff. He's got pretty good stuff. Sometimes he's a little overboard. It's crazier than we normally are, but he's got good things to show, at least to look at. Okay, and if you incorporate some of his ideas into your designs, I believe you can make your devices work. The same goes for Edward Grant and Marco Rodin. Well, you already know him. You already know his work. Okay, now let's go to the interesting parts, the possibilities in anti-gravity. Okay. Well, the same pattern is found in Searle that I already mentioned, also in the Otis car, and also in the Alzofon devices. But before I go into the pattern, I'm going to explain more a little bit how nuclear orientation, magnetism, and gravity works. I make these little things just to exemplify and to make it simpler to form my idea to express it and to explain it. Imagine this yellow cloud is gravity. It's always coming down from the top to the bottom. This arrow is the nuclear orientation, the nuclear of the atomic orientation. And this is the magnetic source, you know, showing here a coil. And the stuff on the left part of the screen is the magnetic field. When the magnetic field is deactivated, on the right side of the screen, we have a system where the magnetic field is activated. It's the same thing, but just the field activated. And you have this green space here, okay? Now, what would you think will happen when you deactivate the magnetic field right on this part? Yeah, some PEPs are formed. Some lower energy density spaces are formed, okay? And that's what we have to take advantage of, okay? When there are these PEPs and the conditions around here are the right conditions, nature will use gravity to fill up these PEPs, okay? This is how it will look at a system where you can have anti-gravity, okay? Right here. So the ideal process for anti-gravity should be to let the gravity constantly refill the PEPs, constantly refill these lower energy density bubbles. So you turn off the magnetic field, then you turn it off, let the bubbles stay there, let absorb the gravity, okay, of all the places all around it. And that means all the space below will not feel the force of gravity, okay? You have to use it on top. I will suggest use it on the cover. If you have like a flying saucer, make the cover of the flying saucer have this system, okay? Create a lot of PEPs on it, let the gravity fill up the PEPs so that everything that's below doesn't feel the gravity. Well, and these are some of the recommendations. look for a way to safely create PEPs. Okay, in general, this is in general, it's not just the Alzofon. This is in general for anti-gravity, according to my hypothesis and what I believe. Stay away from microwaves. I know it will be easier to create the PEPs and to make it work, but when you use it in real life, especially when you're working in the lab, it's very dangerous. Especially you want to make a flying saucer that you want to get on board. That's not a good thing. Second, create the right surroundings, okay? This is the secret. If you create the right surroundings around where the PEPs are at, you're gonna make nature use gravity to fill up the PEPs. And this is the secret actually to everything. If you create the PEPs in a place in such a way that you tell nature what to do, because nature is gonna do whatever is easier, faster, and better for nature to do. So if you create those lower energy densities in special places, you can control nature. The material for the cover or for the anti-gravity has to be hard for gravity to change to the right nuclear orientation. You see, well, I'm not sure if you guys are looking at me, but if, let's say, the nuclei is oriented a little bit sideways, not the way it normally is. It's oriented towards the magnetic field. When you remove the magnetic field, some materials will go back immediately to the normal direction of the nuclei. But no, we have to get a material that doesn't go back as fast as normal, okay? And for that, we can use aluminum. Aluminum is the material that most people agree on. Alzofon mentions that the right materials are the ones that have longer time with respect to thermal decay. And this is written on the Alzofon report. Okay, now let's go to the Scalar now. Scalar uses, as a disruption method, which is step number 1, uses the ultron energy accumulators, which are spinning capacitors made of metallic material on an unusual shape. Okay. Step number 2, the extraction of energy is done by SM accumulators, but they discharge into electromagnets around the rotating disk, okay? But they have these 3 steps. That's the interesting thing. And they use it on their own system, okay? The main point is that they use special spinning capacitors to disrupt the equilibrium, and they're spinning. That's also another important point. To create these PEPs in the right place so gravity can be used, is more likely to obtain these proper places if we rotate, okay? Rotation, for me, is essential to make things fly and to get anti-gravity. Most of you, or some of you may not agree with me, but that's okay. This is just my opinion. And the tuning method, these are the RPMs. You can read more about this Scalar in these 2 references. Now let's go to the Alzofon experiment, okay? Let's talk a little bit more about this. Well, as you can see here on the drawing on top, he wasn't much of a builder, at least not when he wrote this article, which, by the way, I love this article, okay? It kind of fit perfectly into my ideas, and also gives lots of information, lots of details, and also gives lots of references. So it's great. Thank you for whoever shared that. Thank you very much. Now, the disruption in the Alzofon vehicle is done by a microwave source and a modulation generator. Mark already explained a lot about that. On the extraction method, I'm gonna show some screenshots were of the article. Okay, I believe, I'm sure you guys read this, or at least Mark, but this probably didn't pay much attention to this. It's right here. It says it's possible to formulate a method of reducing mean energy of the random virtual processes asserted to be responsible for the gravitational field, and therefore reduce the gravitational force. So he says it's right here, reducing mean energy. And it's gotta be important because he mentioned it twice just in the introduction, okay? The same picture, same, another paragraph, but same introduction says, altering the mean energy associated with these processes can be expected to alter the gravitational field, okay? And he mentions the same mean energy several times, at least 5 times in the entire report. Okay. Now, let's look at these other, oops. Let's look at this other picture from the same report, which, by the way, this is the report, the Anti-Gravity with Present Technology, Implementation and Theoretical Foundation, July 27, Colorado Springs, Colorado. That's where I get this energy, this pictures from. Now, in the second introduction says, a process analogous to those which reduce the gas temperature by allowing gas molecules to do work against an external agent, converting internal random disordered motion into an external ordered motion. What does that mean? This is step number 1 and number 2 and number 3 of my hypothesis, okay? Because he's extracting energy and transporting some of the energy and use it somewhere else, okay? He used the analogous to those with reduced the gas temperature. As you could see on the previous examples of Takahashi or Andrea Rossi, they both use this system, okay, to extract energy and use it. And Alzofon mentions it, but for some reason, he's not, I don't think he built anything after this, but the replication attempts did not include this part. And I think this is an essential part for the Alzofon experiment to work, okay? All right, let me move on. Well, in summary, well, there's plenty of energy. We saw that at the beginning. Extraordinary devices break equilibrium, causing energy rearrangements. At this point, energy is extracted out of the zone and is used. And many extraordinary devices follow this pattern. They first disrupt equilibrium. They create the PEPs, or lower energy density spaces. They extract energy, and then they use it in real time. All these 3 steps have to be synchronized and tuned perfectly to work. And you have to use proper material, okay? I was so happy that Mark Sokol got the CVD to make the proper material. I think he's in the right path, and pretty soon they will be making some really good stuff. Okay, then under certain conditions, gravity is used by nature to bring things to equilibrium, and that's what causes the mass below the apparatus to not feel any effects of gravity. And one more thing, nature brings things to equilibrium, and nature doesn't care if his action agree with physics. They don't care if it agrees with the string theory or if it agrees with their general relativity. Nature does whatever is necessary to bring things to equilibrium, and this is the thing that I believe is the most important and we have to consider, because we're trying to theorize and no, this is possible, this is not possible. Nature doesn't care. It doesn't care if corporate academia actually approves it or not. It just does what it needs to do. Okay. And yeah, this is it. Let me just exit here, and I expect any questions or comments. Thank you for listening.
Well, Pepe, again, thank you, sir. So let me do this. I want to put this thing on gallery view. Everybody, please give an enormous hand to Mr. Jose Ruiz. Pepe,
Thank you.
enormous hand for an in-depth and very detailed presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
You actually drilled down incredibly well. It's so granular to be able to go through it like that. Thank you so much for going through all of the different, going through the types of devices and being able to outline what makes them unique and how they're using energy and how they're shuffling energy around. I think that's very valuable. It's a really good high-level overview, and I loved your examples as well. So thank you again, sir. So let's go to the Q&A session. And again, that is Option Y on Mac or Alt Y on Windows to raise your hand. Anybody who has questions? Yeah, there we go. Mr. Alec, go for it, sir.
Yeah, Tim, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, Pepe, good seeing you again.
Yeah, good to see you too.
I see you made the big leap into the quagmire here like the rest of us.
Yeah, I finally decided to do it. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, well, the one area of research that really fascinates me is the Stanley Myers water car. And I had the privilege a few years ago of seeing a demonstration of an engine that actually, it ran on water. The thing was for real. And the guy working on it took it to China. But I haven't heard from him since.
Oh.
But apparently it's real technology. It runs on what's called Brown's gas, which is an area of interest that I have in. And his patents, if you dive into his patents, he dives into opposing field action. Okay, it could be magnetic, electric, but you have to set up these opposing fields to get at the scalar function. Okay, and that's what Tom Bearden spoke about. And hopefully Tim will let me give a talk here later on today, if not today, maybe some other time here, on Tom Bearden's technology. And again, this stuff is for real. Cavitation, I think, also produces a Brown's gas as well. And so a lot of these other researchers have looked into it. It also leads to transmutation of elements as well. So very interesting research, in that area. So yeah, welcome to the quagmire. You'll never leave.
I know.
You're in it for life.
Yeah, I know.
Life for like the rest of us here.
Yeah, thank you. Good to see you too.
Wonderful. Okay, so there's that. Let me see. That was Bill. So who else? Again, it's Option Y on Mac or Alt Y on Windows. I have memorized the Zoom question things finally after all these years. Okay. Oops. And somebody new entering the room. Yeah, and I'll just, again, anybody who has questions, that's Option Y on Mac or Alt Y on Windows. And again, Pepe, thank you so much for presenting. It was wonderful to have you share all of that. And that was very in-depth. You guys, today, again, we've got the fire back in this conference,
Yeah. Yeah, no problem. Thank you. Thank you for letting me, share my ideas. And hopefully it helps other people too.
Yeah, no, I think it absolutely does. I think it helps them kind of identify, okay, if they have a device, if they have a design that they're working on, it helps them kind of take a high level view and say, is this on the right track? Or, are there things that I'm missing? And then I think it also helps people look for points of leverage, right? And, one of the things, and this goes back to when I was doing American Anti-Gravity back in the day, but people used to talk to me about, are you looking for this or that or the other thing in terms of physics? And I'd say, I'm looking for leverage. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for ways to leverage energy and move energy around. Just being able to, I mean, in terms of pure physics and stuff, that's already established. I'm looking for the holes. I'm looking for those little, that place where you can put something in and get something out that's not what you expect. So, yeah.
I believe the secret is in lower energy density bubbles. Because that way you can control nature and you let nature do the work. You don't do the work. Nature does it.
That makes absolute sense. I saw that at the beginning of the presentation, and yeah, and the airplane wing is a perfect example, right? Where you're lowering the pressure, and then the surrounding atmosphere does the work. And in terms of energy, yeah, same thing, right? It's you could call it the aether or the 0 point or whatever. I mean, the Casimir effect might be one example of that. So let me go to Mr. Philippe Bouchard. Phil, sir.
Hello. Hey, Jose.
Hi, Philip, how you doing?
Good yourself. Great presentation. By the way, I didn't understand everything, but I just want to say that I agree with you on the free energy. There's no free energy. Although I use it sometimes, it's not really free energy capacitors, but it kind of contradicts each other. But I just want to say I agree on that. And but do you have do you have like more in-depth theory on the how to get some energy out of nowhere in any way? Do you have like convert gravity into energy or anything like that?
Not yet. Okay, I am working on a device that generates electricity. I'm looking for funding to do that. Hopefully this presentation, I get some funding, not necessarily from you, but I can point other people to this presentation and they help me. And they believe me, at least, because I'm not the only crazy one that thinks that we can get energy out of this type of stuff. But I didn't present anything like that because I have investors already, so I am not gonna present anything. But yes, there is, I'm working on it. And about gravity, well, I'm trying to get this electric generator, and with that get funded to build, I wanna build my own UAP.
Yeah.
And yeah, later on, it's just the next step.
Yeah, investors are not easy to get, for sure.
Yeah, we can do it together. That would be the best thing, actually. We have great ideas, and if we actually agree on something, yeah, I'm sure we can build something.
Yeah, awesome. Well, great presentation again.
Thank you, Phil.
All right.
Yeah, wonderful. And Phil, thank you, sir. So again, questions are option Y on Mac or Alt Y on Windows. And Pepe, when you go to build your UAP, I have been doing interviews. That's my thing, right? That's my bent. And so I interviewed Gary Voorhees, who was on the Nimitz. We did that, I think, last Friday. And then I interviewed Kevin Day as well, 3 or 4 days before that. And one of the things that Voorhees talked about was they had visual sightings from the Nimitz. So, if you're into that, that's something that I think everything that's out there for these stories has been documented, but the media hasn't necessarily given it all the weight that it should have. And one of the things that I'd heard, Kevin Day mentioned this. He said that, well, Voorhees took the binoculars down to the deck and he was basically sighting these things through the binocs while they were, spotting them on a radar. So I got that. And then he also put me in touch with 2 other people from the Nimitz who supposedly have up close sightings. And I'm going to try and follow up with them. So the reason I mentioned that is my job, as it were, is to try and collect as much information for you guys to work with as possible,
You
That's-
see, thank you. That's why I thank you, because I am getting a lot of this info. I appreciate
Yeah. And a lot of it doesn't mean anything to me, you know? There are a lot of times where, like, again, this is just me, somebody will tell me something and I'll be like, this means something, but I won't know what. But then I'm wise enough now to realize that I don't need to know what, because you guys know. So it's just like, okay,
It's a teamwork.
give it to the people who know, you know?
Mhm.
So they will change the world.
Yeah.
Okay, so Mr. Sokol has his hand up. Sir?
Okay.
Hey, Pepe, thank you very much for that presentation.
Thank you.
We were about to do some vapor deposition here at the lab for magnesium on top of the bismuth that we already deposited. And I just did a little safety check first to make sure that we have all the proper equipment in place, because magnesium could burn. It turns out we needed a special fire extinguisher for it, which is like, they go for like $1,500 for these Class D fire extinguishers. So we weren't able to, so I took that apart. We're not going to, fuck with that until I get the right equipment here in case there is a fire. The reason why we're doing vapor deposition is because in earlier tests, we found that there's an issue with the skin depth. EPR, which is the method we're using to create dynamic orientation, uses very high frequencies, and when you're dealing with a metal like aluminum, the skin depth at the gigahertz frequency is extremely thin. So you're only getting dynamic nuclear rotation on a very thin layer. So I'm trying to make many thin layers with a barrier in between them, so you get several different skin depths. Do you have any other ideas of how to get over the skin depth issue, or another way to create dynamic nuclear orientation?
Actually, I thought about it, but I haven't found, I don't have any ideas, but yes, I thought about it, but no, unfortunately, don't have anything yet. Yeah, but yeah.
We tried powders inside of epoxy, and those mostly just heated up. The best results we've seen were all with either sheets or just aluminum foil or just thin film. Everything thin film seemed to work the best. So that's what we're heading towards.
Well, another thing that I will try if I were you, just get some leaves, some natural leaves of trees, because they absorb a lot of those energies. That's natural things. If you want to try and do an experiment and see what happens, that's what I would do.
Oh, any tree in particular?
No, just the one that has the bigger leaves. I guess it's easier.
Okay, yeah, we can try that. Oh,
That's what I would do, because it's hard to find something like really works.
all right, thanks very much.
You're welcome. Thank you, Mark.
Awesome. Mark, thank you. Let me go to Michael Boyd. Sir?
So I'm just thinking about your presentation, Pepe, and so you know how in thinking about energy, when you go from a warmer temperature to a colder temperature, the substance will be in a lower energy state, and it will contract.
Yes, that's correct.
So I was trying to think of something that would be an example where that wouldn't be true. And what came to mind was water. When water goes from a liquid to a solid state, it expands in size. So how would your hypothesis explain that phenomena, where basically the volume is increasing at a lower temperature? I would think it has something to do with the change in the atomic orientation or something like that, but I'm just curious your thoughts on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, well, first of all, about the temperature. Okay, how can you go from cold to heat, right? Is this your question first? Your first question.
Well, I'm going from a hot liquid to cold solid, but the area, the volume is increasing as opposed to decreasing.
Yeah, actually, I know about that. Like, but I never thought about how my hypothesis will plug into that. I just thinking about that. But I
Cool.
know it increases in size. And that's actually weird. I actually thought about that too. How will this idea, well, the only thing I can think of is these lower energy density spots, they just kind of stay in one place or disappear somehow, and everything else. Yeah, well,
I was thinking
I'm
it
not
was
sure.
like the oxygen. There's like you got the 2 hydrogen atoms and then an oxygen atom, and the angle would change, like increase or decrease as a function of temperature, because you have two different elements here, and they would have different properties. But it's also a dipole. That's the other thing to consider.
Something
Something to think about.
I'm gonna think about it, because I know about that when it freezes it gets bigger, which doesn't make sense. I just go against but I don't know why and how we will implement it with my hypothesis. I'll think about it and I'll get back to you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
No, thank you for listening.
Awesome. Okay, so let's go to Ross next. Ross, sir.
Oh, hey, Pepe.
Hi, Ross.
So I kind of heard you when you first started. You're talking about like the wing analogy, how how the airflow goes faster over the top. It's actually accelerating over the top, and then it's going slower over the bottom, and it creates a lower pressure up the top, which makes the wing float. And you're kind of like a little baffled, like, well, how does it know to do that? So you were talking about like energy differentials and things like that. It can also be thought of more as just like a very, very physical phenomenon as well. So a really good physicist told me that nothing can really move unless at the expense of its temperature. So as wind is accelerating, it actually gets colder too. So that's another phenomenon. As it's going faster, it's actually lowering its pressure, and it's also lowering its temperature too. So if you could somehow measure, if you could stick in there like a probe and measure it, you'd actually see that the temperature of that airflow that's going faster is actually lower than the airflow underneath the wing, which is hotter underneath.
Yeah,
So
it's
not just a lower pressure, it's a lower temperature too. And the bottom has a higher pressure and a higher temperature as well. So just that's a fascinating thing as well. But as a physical phenomenon, this is sort of how I analogize it. So think about, like you have a big trough with a bunch of cows, like animals, physical animals that are all randomly inside there. They're sort of like air molecules you can think of. So that's sort of like we're down here on the, on the ground level, and we have what's called random, air pressure. So all the air molecules are bumping into each other and everything. So they're confined. So think about the analogy of like a bunch of cows are all in a fence, and they're all locked together, and they're bumping to each other, and they're angry and bumping. And then you give them a vector, you open up a gate, and then all of a sudden they're allowed to go in the same direction. What is called as a vector. So that's sort of like the wing analogy. They're given a vector. They're actually aligned now. So they're moving all in the same direction. So instead of bumping against each other and fighting each other, they're all in unison at that point. So they're all moving in the same direction. So then at that point, you have less pressure, because they're not fighting each other. They're all doing the same thing. They're all going in a vector. So that's a way that I have thought in my mind physically to kind of figure out what's going on with air molecules is just to think of it in a physical analogy like that. So basically what's happening is the air molecules are all moving in the same direction. So they're basically in alignment and they're not random. They're not bumping against each other. They're closely aligned. Everything is in unison. Everything's in harmony. They're all flowing in the same direction, really tight, nice and close to each other. So they're all flowing, and it's really cold because there's no bumping. The molecules aren't bumping, making heat. So that's why the temperature drops as well. The pressure drops, and then it goes faster. So that's what's happening, I think, on a wing, is that the air molecules are literally in alignment in a vector, which is decreasing the pressure. And then on the bottom, they're not going as fast. So that it's a higher pressure. There's a differential. So I just wanted to throw that out there. So that's a way of thinking about it.
Yeah, that's another way of thinking about it. Yeah, and about the temperature, yeah, I forgot about that, but actually that can also explain the lower energy density bubbles, the PIPs, okay? Because nature doesn't care where it gets the energy from to balance things out. And temperature could be one of them too, okay? Because what else can bring the temperature down? Okay, on the top of the wind and in the bottom. There's not much difference in altitude, so it's gotta be something else. And that could be the same PEPs, you know? It not only pushes and pulls the molecules, it also brings the temperature down. So thank you for that analogy. I'm gonna use it too.
Okay.
Perfect. Okay, well, so let me see who else has questions against this. Option Y on Mac or Alt Y on Windows. Questions for Pepe? And if not, we'll give it a moment here and we can always go to our next presenter. Dun, dun, dun. Well, it's okay to run a little bit ahead of schedule because we're going to try and squeeze Bill in too. So
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, let's hear Bill. I'm interested in.
Okay, well, yeah. So let's wrap up the Q&A session then. I do have one more person, Wayne Ojala, who is, where is Wayne? Wayne, are you with us? Wayne's not here. It's still early. Let's do this then. Let us go to Mr. William Alec, who has been patiently waiting.
Hi, Tim. Okay.
Bill, yeah, are you ready to take it away, man? Take it
I'm
away.
here.
I do not have an introduction.
Okay, share screen. Okay.
Thank you for presenting, Bill. I think Wayne will probably be here in a while. That's okay. We can push him back a little bit.
Okay. I assume everyone can see the screen.
Yep, you look great. Yeah. Oh, perfect. Perfect.
Okay. Okay, well, let's get started here. Basically, this is the culmination of almost all my work here. You know, I got into the field here back in '97. I went to a conference. Tom Bearden was presenting. He's probably, at that time, probably the most authoritative presenter on the subject. And he always spoke about scalar waves. And that was always a mystery to me. What is all the scalar wave stuff, you know, he's presenting here? And so really this really started my journey, you know, in this area. And so let's get right to it here. Okay. Okay, what is a scalar wave? Okay, Tom describes a scalar wave, or he also called it a pump wave, as a local gravitational wave. He describes matter as being trapped electromagnetic energy. Well, guess what? That's true. Okay, and I can show you in the quantum wave theory that what Tom spoke about, that matter, electrons, protons, it's all trapped electromagnetic energy. But it's set up as a counter-rotating waves. They're trapped waves that form a particle. And you have this scalar component associated with it. That's this, what Tom referred to as this local gravitational wave. Okay, so let's get into more detail here. To produce a scalar wave, Tom speaks about in his lectures, and his lectures are posted freely on the internet, where he goes into this kind of detail here. And it's the cross product of two charges. Well, we know when we try to force two charges together, you have to overcome what's called the Coulomb barrier to get what's called fusion, right? So you get into this opposing vector. And this also gets into this law of squares. And I know the serial technology talks about this as well. And there's also a movie that came out, I believe it was last year, called Tenet, where it gets into time forward and time reversed properties here as well. So you have this law of squares occurring with this phenomena of Q cross Q, okay? So in this technology, to see the scalar wave term appear, you need to operate your device in resonance. It has to be operated in resonance. Otherwise, you don't really see this property occurring, okay? Okay, so here's a picture of my test bench. And this test bench can consist of a sine wave generator. It's programmable sine wave generator here. This particular one here is made by GW Instec. And the scope that I'm using, and you want to use a scope like this because it's an isolated channel, 4-channel scope. And what I mean here is that each channel is physically isolated from its next channel here. In other words, there's no grounding between the channels. So you need to use an isolated channel scope. What you see here is the transformer, okay, that sets up this opposing field action, okay? And there's 2 amp probes, and I measure the voltage. And so the amperage is converted into a voltage, and that's what you see on the scope here. And you can see on that scope a very strange wave pattern. What you also see here is sine waves, but this very strange blue trace up here has the scalar wave function that Tom spoke about. Okay, now to get this to appear, you set up this transformer in resonance, which means that the output of the transformer is connected to a capacitor. Okay, so that your voltage and current will be at a phase difference of 90 degrees. Okay, and then up here, I wrote some software that basically reads the scope values and does some calculations. And I'll show you what those calculations are, because they compute all the, well, it not only displays voltage and current RMS values, but it also calculates what the phase differences are between the input and output, the reactive components, you know, basically everything you need. The most worthless calculation it does is probably power factor. You know, you don't really need that at all. But anyway, it figures out what the real power is, okay? But when you operate in resonance in this type of mode, there is no real power associated. It's all reactive. Okay, so let's go on to the next slide here. Okay, so how to make a scalar wave. Now, Tom said in his lectures, any competent lab could do this, but when I asked him, I think right back around 2001, I asked him, you know, how did he do this? He turned to me and looked me straight in the eye and said, don't you ever ask me that again. And it's like, whoa, okay, Tom. So it took me 20 years to figure this out. But anyway, I figured out what he was talking about, okay? So again, we're looking at Q cross Q, and that's the whole fundamental part of this scalar function, okay? And so what you have are opposing vectors of charges in this situation. And of course, Tom always said matter is made of trapped electromagnetic energy. And again, I'll tell you, that's absolutely true. Okay, that shows up in the quantum field theory. Okay, so let's continue here. How to determine resonance? Okay, well, here's the output of the transformer shown on the left. And the configuration is that it's set up as a bifilar, like coil output arrangement. And you'll notice the output capacitor here. And then, of course, later on, I attach a load, okay, to this output. And so what the transformer is doing is setting up opposing forces inside your magnetic material. Okay, then Tom also refers to this as like we're operating in this nonlinear type mode here. Okay, so we're producing an opposing magnetic motive forces. And so it's going to produce a scalar function. Now the diagram on the right, where resonance occurs at minimum input current. So we have a resonant action here. And I tuned the output of the programmable power supply to this minimum input current that we see here coming into and powering the device. So we tune the device with minimum input current where it's at resonance. Okay, that's how you do this. So here's a picture of the transformer and capacitor arrangement here and how it's connected. And you see here towards the rear of this transformer is where we set up these opposing magnetic forces in this case. So the input side of this coil, you see on the left side, this is where we connect this to our programmable power supply. The output is connected this way, and it's set up in such that the voltages on the output they sum up, but the magnetic components, okay, we have them converging, okay, to set up our opposing field action. And we set this up in this resonance mode here. So next slide. Now, Tom also got into what are called PCMs, which are phase conjugated mirrors. And I'm still trying to wrap my brain around this. So personally, I don't have a clear understanding of what's going on here. But anyway, he sets up this pump wave action, okay, on your input side into this PCM. He calls this a nonlinear medium, and it outputs a time reverse wave. And so this is where we get into this time reversed action. And this is quite popular with the optics. And also, I believe with sound as well, doing this time reversed outputs and setting up these replica time reverse waves. Now, what I think is going on in here is that the reactive component that you're seeing in that blue trace is, of course, the scalar wave. It's like it's something that's occurring in this magnetic material that is feeding out or reactive towards the output of this transformer. And that's what we see on the scale, on the scope. So the input is inputting a current, and the transformer is sending back a reactive component, which is the scalar wave component, and the two currents they add. And that's that complex wave pattern with the three humps. And we'll get into that a little later here in terms of detail. Okay, so this is a little bit more on the PCM wave function. Tom frequently spoke about this. Okay, so examples of these PCM resonators includes Tesla's magnifying transformer. And this is what I saw in his patent, is that Tesla was really transmitting scalar waves, in his output. The Floyd Sweet device, the SQM, is space quantum modulator device. Set up opposing fields. Stanley Meyer's water car that also used opposing field action. You can see that in his patents. The Beard and Meg device, another opposing field action. Okay, in my transformer, the same phenomena. And in metamaterial resonators. Okay, you want to set up this opposing field action. And this is what I think was really behind the Hutchison effect. Okay, when he levitated these various heavy objects, like that 90-pound cannonball, doing his disruptive experiments on materials. I believe he was using various types of phasing, okay, and this opposing field action using radio waves. Okay, the physics of scalar waves. Let's get into that. All right. I was watching a YouTube video a few weeks ago, and lo and behold, I saw it. Okay, there's a scalar wave function inside of this quantum field theory. And then here it is, particles with mass. You'll see this function here of 2 pi f min squared. That is your scalar wave term. And I was stunned when I saw that. And it's for all particles with mass. Massless particles, such as photons, there is no mass with it. So that term is 0. But this term with the scalar wave term in it, squared, okay, this frequency can be 2 sine waves. Okay, a particle can contain 2 counter-rotating electromagnetic wave functions. There it is, okay? Counter-rotating wave functions producing the scalar wave term, okay? Okay, the mathematics of this. You will not find this in any textbook in regards to the Maxwell equations, which Heaviside minimized. And of course, Tom went to some detail about this. And this is really the failure of modern science, because what Heaviside did is that he took out the scalar component, okay, in the original quaternion math solution of Maxwell's electromagnetics. But if you work with the original Maxwell electromagnetics, there it is. There's your scalar component. And really, this is all that you need. You don't really need Einstein's general relativity. You can supposedly do it with this quaternion math solution here, because you have the scalar wave function that's part of this. And to get access to it is where you set up this opposing wave action, okay? And so what that does is that when you do that, this opposing wave action, in ordinary, the reduced Maxwell equations, you see that you have a 0 vector, and that's it. Game over at that point. This is why you cannot mix electromagnetics with general relativity. It doesn't work, okay? Because of this 0 vector issue here and no scalar function. But when you work with the quaternion mass solution, and this is what Tom showed in his lectures, it's right there, is that you have this scalar wave component, the a squared term, plus the zero vector. And he called the zero vector this vacuum engine that's behind this. And behind the vacuum engine is the scalar wave function. Now, if we're using sine waves as our input, which we are doing, okay, with that sine wave generator on my test bench, you get the scalar wave term, which is the sine squared term. And so that's why when I saw this, the sine squared term is where I went back up to this video. And you can view, look at this video. This is a slide right off that video is where you have the scalar wave component. There it is, F meant squared. So built into particles with mass is that you have the scalar wave term. So it's true what Tom Bearden said. All that electrons, protons, all that they're doing are counter-rotating electromagnetic fields that are trapped in that make up a particle. Okay, so here's the basic theory behind it, where you have the a squared term times the sine squared term. You have to have sine squared, which is the scalar component. Okay, the scalar wave inside the zero vector vacuum engine. And so Tom referred to the scalar wave, pump wave, okay, is a local gravitational wave. Okay, that's what he called that in his lectures. That's your gravity. Okay, so what does this look like? Okay, well, I modeled this in, I have an old version. I'm still running Windows XP because I still have the old software. It's all that I can afford, okay? But it's great for modeling. So the top waveform is what we're working with. Okay, the top waveform is what the sine wave generator produces. And so the transformer, the reactive component of this transformer is producing this scalar, the sine squared term. And so when I modeled that, this is what a gravity wave actually looks like, okay? It's this sine wave with a DC offset. So when you model this mathematically, you'll see a waveform like this. And then when you add the two together, okay, the input current plus the reflective, reactive scalar wave component from the transformer, you add the two, you get a waveform that looks like this bottom trace. And so lo and behold, that's exactly what we see here on this scope trace here. Okay, that blue trace on the scope is your scalar wave plus the current, okay, the AC current coming from the power supply. So let's go back up here. Okay, so that's what we see here in this third wave pattern, is the summation of the input plus the scalar waveform. And this is the actual scope reading here. The blue trace is your input current sine wave plus the sine squared term, okay? Okay, and then going back to the test bench here, kind of puts it all together, the software plus what we see on the tectronic scope, the power supply here, transformer with the capacitor arrangement. Okay, so how do we determine all these phase angles and phase shifting that's going on here? Because it's got to be a hell of a thing to do for this tectronic scope, is trying to figure out what the phase angle of this stuff, trying to calculate all this, okay? And so this is our device under test here, our DUT, okay, where we feed our input signal. Output is our resistive load plus the capacitor. which isn't shown here, but normally this is where we put our capacitor for this resonator. But anyway, this shows you the calculations that are involved, figuring out what the cosine is, reactive power, apparent power, real power, it figures all this stuff out for you, okay? And ultimately, you want to end up with knowing what the efficiency of your system is. Okay, so this is an actual output. This is a latest version of my software. You can actually go to my website and download this. Okay, you can download this for free. It mainly works with only this particular scope, this type of arrangement here. And, I work with the Tektronix, amp probes, basically everything there is off the shelf, okay? And so we see here what the apparent power is, what the phase shift, the input phase shift, the output phase shift. In this case, it's resonating at a frequency of 400 hertz. And we see that we have two different, I calculate two different transformer efficiencies here because I want to make sure I'm close as possible to being on the mark, okay? So in this case, I have a load of 9.4 ohms on that transformer. And I see I have this efficiency of 90%, 89%, 90%. And that's unusually high, okay, for a transformer. Because transformers, when you don't operate them in this particular mode here, just operate as an ordinary transformer, they're generally between 75, 80%, maybe 85% tops. But here we see a higher efficiency. And so I think that's due to the scalar component that we see coming from this transformer. So Tom frequently spoke about free energy, okay, with these type of systems. And I think we're seeing it here because there's this added force that we're seeing in this circuit. It's not just the normal electromagnetic forces, but we're seeing this scalar or this gravitational force that's also showing up in here as well. And that's what I think Tom means by, this free energy, okay, is that we're seeing it as an increase in efficiency of this particular transformer. Okay, so what am I doing here? Okay, the software is performing all these types of calculations. So it's looking at apparent power, it's reading voltages and currents. And so it's gonna do the apparent input power, the real input power calculation in watts. It's gonna do all these type of calculations here, compute what the phase angle is. And that's a little mathematical operation here involving arc cosine, computing the apparent power on the output. And it's really computing all these. Probably the most worthless, output is power factor, What do you need that for, right? So anyway, we end up figuring out what the efficiency of this transformer is. And so I look at the phase calculations in regards to computing the efficiency, as well as the voltage and resistance, and computing the real power that way. And that's why I displayed the two. And it's less than 1% difference of 89%, versus 90%. But nevertheless, we're seeing this excess energy in these transformers. Okay, so this is some real outputs coming from the device here. And I'm mainly looking at the apparent power multiplier. And this this type of transformer, it just has this extraordinary reactive power that comes out of this. And I'm seeing values as high as almost 11 times. You know, if you look at just voltage and amps, okay, you don't really look at the phase shifting that's going on here. Even though the phase shifting is telling you that it's 90 degrees, 89.9, it's practically 90-degree phase shift, okay, with the capacitor. You know, we see that we have these extraordinary voltage and amp outputs, okay? And then as you start to increase your load, okay, where it starts to impact the phase difference, okay? But anyway, you know, I'm looking at mainly frequency, and I'm adjusting the frequency here and looking at this apparent power on the output here. Okay, so if we go back to the Bible here, one of my favorites is Luke 12:2. We're in a great revealing now, I feel, okay, where all will be known. Okay, that's what's happening now. Okay, and all this research, we're revealing the truth here, you know, what's coming out, the great revealing. And that's what we're seeing, you know, with this type of technology. Okay, so now we get into a very interesting area in regards to Tom's military applications revealed. Okay, and Tom spoke quite a bit about militarizing scalar wave technology, and in particular, scalar wave interferometry, okay, for defense type applications. And to do that, you need two ground-based scalar wave emitters, okay? And what this does is that where the beams cross, okay, you have one scalar emitter over here, another scalar emitter over here, emitting waves, scalar wave beams, and where the beams cross, that little region creates strong electromagnetic field energy. And I always wondered what he meant by that. And it didn't really come out until I started looking at the mathematics behind this. Because in that region, it can destroy electronics. Anything that enters that region, okay, in a powerful scalar wave beams, anything that enters that region, you can have strong electromagnetic energy. Okay, so let's get into that. Okay, so we have scalar wave interferometry. And so this is what Tom spoke about years ago. And so we have scalar wave 1, scalar wave 1A and 1B. You can have destructive interference, where you can set up a virtual ground, okay, that's set up in that region. Or just by changing the phase of those waves, okay, you can have strong electromagnetic AC. Okay, very interesting. And so this could be what's behind the Hutchison effect, is that, you know, he's using Tesla scalar waves to set up these type of interference patterns that can be very destructive, okay? And so here's a diagram that shows a scalar wave interferometry. Anything that would enter that region, you can either set up a virtual ground or a strong AC potential, okay, in that region. And that's what happens when you mix scalar waves. Now, the question is, are the Russians doing this? Well, it's quite possible. You know, they could have their technology here. And I've heard of warships that all of a sudden lose their electromagnetics. Okay, the whole warship goes dead. Okay. And so there could be some scalar wave interferometry going on here used as a weapon. Okay, so that's pretty much the end of my lecture there. All my stuff is published. A lot of my stuff is published at academia.edu. Just look up under my name there. You can find a lot of this material. And that is my presentation. So you can look up intellect.com is where the latest research is on replicating Tom Bearden's technology, scalar waves.
Wonderful.
Okay, that's it.
Bill, thank you, sir. Thank you. 3:52, almost. So we're almost there for Wayne too. We're almost on schedule. So let's do this though. Before anything else, again, everybody. Oops, side by side speaker. Bill, I'm gonna stop your sharing. Perfect. Okay, I'm gonna put this thing on gallery view. Everyone, please give Mr. Bill Alec a giant hand. Thank you. And I know that's kind of an update of a previous presentation you did. So thank you for sharing that with us, sir.
Yes.
Yeah. And thank you for your patience and scheduling also. You know, it's feast or famine around here, man. It's like,
Oh, I know the feeling.
2 months ago, I was begging. I was like, please share something with us, you know, and then this month I've got people booked out 2 sessions. So, you know, but it's a good feeling. So let's do this again. Option Y on Mac or Alt Y on Windows. If you have any questions for Bill Alec, and once we work through those, then we have Wayne Ojala coming up.
I hope I didn't shock everyone.
No. There's Michael Boyd, sir.
Michael. No, he's gone. Oh,
There I am.
There you are.
Okay, yeah, that was pretty cool. I really liked the part where you showed how the equation changed with and without mass. That was kind of impressive to me.
I was stunned myself when I saw that. I'm going, there it is. That's the scalar wave component that's in, you know, the quantum field theory. It's there, but they don't recognize it as such. Okay, they don't see it as a scalar wave function.
Well, my question is, could you have a scalar wave of the opposite polarity from basically the absence of mass?
Yes. Well, one station's transmitting a positive going wave, and the other one, it's electromagnetic, okay? And the other station's transmitting a negative going electromagnetic wave. And when you do the math, you sum up the math, the interferometry creates a region of strong electromagnetic field energy. And that's what Tom spoke about, is that the two waves combine, okay? In that, only in that region, they mix.
Thanks. I appreciate your answer.
Okay. Yeah,
and
so
gravity too.
Let me go to Mark Sokol now. Mark?
Yes, Bill, I'm just wondering, what do you consider to be a scalar field? Because on one hand, we're talking about particles, which are, you know, tiny little spheres that can have a potential that goes out in all directions. And on the other hand, you have this transformer, which I don't see any way that it could possibly have a scalar field, because there's always going to be a vector to it.
Well, you see, what Tom spoke about is this opposing field action. You have to have that, and it's set up in the flux of the material, is that you set up your currents and voltages in the two coils such that it's setting up this opposing flux action. Tesla did the same thing.
But that's not scalar. That's just opposing. Those are two vector fields. They're like two dipoles. Like a regular dipole antenna that you have would have two dipoles going out from each side. It would be positive in the center, negative on the outside, and then negative in the center, positive on the outside. That's a dipole antenna, what you just described. A true scalar field is a sphere that has potential from the inside of the sphere to the outside of the sphere and then out to the universe. So it can't be connected to anything metallic, or that would become a dipole, or near anything metallic, because then it would be a dipole to what's near it.
Okay.
So I don't think you're using the correct definitions of the terms.
Okay, well, this is what I understand from Tom in his lectures. Okay, and his MEG device that he set up this opposing action, you know, in his MEG. And then I see it in other devices as well. You know, Tesla used this opposing field action, magnetic fields, you know, in his transformers. Stanley Myers in his transformers set it up as well. And then I see it as a trace. Okay, that blue trace is a sum of the input current plus the reactive component from the transformer, which is your sine squared term. That's your opposing field action. Okay, the sine squared term is what you're looking for, and that's the scalar component, the scalar wave. And the two add electromagnetically, and you get that complex wavy pattern.
That complex wavy pattern is a regular AC field that's been screwed around with. If you have a true scalar field, will be measured by the distance to the object in all directions. And if it was an AC scalar field, that would be alternating, but it would be alternating the same in all directions. Scalar means that it's going in all, like the planet Earth we are living in a scalar field right now. Gravity is a scalar field. The ionosphere is a scalar field.
Right.
It's also a scalar capacitor because it's all the way in a circle. There's actually a guy on the YouTube channel right now, Daniel Foster, who actually built an AC scalar field generator by putting the transformer inside of the sphere with a battery. So the conductor was surrounding the transformer with the power supply in it. That will create a true scalar field. What you're creating is just dipole moments. Also, are you still claiming that the transformer was over unity?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm just seeing that it's higher efficiency than a normal transformer would be.
Okay, I would encourage you to try a true watt test with a light bulb.
Okay, well, I'm using a resistor, just a resistor network.
Are you measuring the heat then to get your watt measurement?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the temperature. Yes. Yes,
So
it does get quite hot.
So you're measuring the coulombs coming out in order to convert that into watts, or are you using a watt meter?
Just mainly with watts. Just looking at the wattage calculations.
Right, because the wattage calculations won't be accurate for something like that, especially with an AC field that's not a true sine. It won't be accurate anymore. And if you hook that up to your power line, it can confuse the power meter from the utility as well.
Oh, well, you definitely don't want to connect it to the grid. You know, this sort of technology.
No, it'll screw up with electronics in your home and probably your neighbor's home as well. And you might get a citation from the power company. I see you're smiling, yes. And the reason for that is that it can screw around with everyone.
I find it to be a great research project. But that is interesting. Okay, trying to set up a spherical type of arrangement.
Yes, like a ball lightning is an example of a scalar field. It's in all directions. Regular lightning, that's dipole. You got positive, negative, or vice versa. With ball lightning, it's all punched in there in one spot. An electron, scalar field. That's literally what it is.
Right. Agreed.
Okay, so So let's do option Y on Mac or Alt Y on Windows for questions for Bill. And we are just at the top of the hour. So if we don't have any, we'll give it another minute here. Then we can go to Mr. Wayne Ojala, who has been with us. Okay, well, so let's do that then. Okay, so let me put this thing back on gallery view. Everybody, please give Bill another applause. Guys, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Again, it feels like we're getting our energy back here. Let me go to Wayne. If I can spell his name right. Oh, fail forward research. Okay, I'm going to go ask to unmute. So with Wayne Ojala, he is saying that could it be the substance that we bathe, drink, brush our teeth with, and swim in holds a new secret, a controllable inertial mass property. And by extension, could it be a working fluid for the long-awaited deep space rocketless propulsion system? We've talked about warp drives, inertial propulsion, and now we're going to be talking about an accidental discovery that Wayne made in 2022 with water, and how this amazing everyday substance may be a great candidate to achieve inertial mass control, making interplanetary travel feasible with a concept he calls the Variable Inertial Mass Impulse Engine, or VIMI.
VIMI, that's right.
Welcome back, sir. It's been a while. It has been quite a while. Do you have a screen share for me, or?
Yeah, I've been busy with moving and life and stuff. I guess you can hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna try, I hope this all works. Screen sharing. This is my first time doing this particular thing I'm doing, so I hope there's no problems with it and that you can see my slides.
I see Jupiter.
Yeah, let's see here. Trying to display.
I think you're getting there.
Sorry about this. I just So I have hit share at the bottom. Is that right?
Yeah, hit share, and it's going to ask you which screen to share, and you're going to want to share like PowerPoint if you have that open.
I have a Google Slides app.
Okay, yeah. So it'll ask you to select which window. You could also share the entire desktop if, worst comes to worst.
Okay. Okay, let me just try this. Hopefully this will. Do you see it?
No, I'm just seeing the image of Jupiter.
Okay, I hit the screen share thing.
Yeah, and then it's going to ask you which window you want to share. There should be a little pop-up window.
Yeah, there is. It's just not. It's not showing the Slides app.
Yeah, for something like that, you may want to do show the entire desktop and then just maximize it.
I'm trying to do it from my phone. Actually, I believe it worked before. Photos. See, I tap screen. There's a drop-down list, and I tap screen.
Do you have a PC that you could fire up?
Yeah, I have a laptop here. I don't know if it's how good the microphone is on it, though. Let me try. So there's another option here in the app. Let me just try that. I know it's worked before.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, if you can't get it, maybe we could try the laptop. We could probably get it that way. That gives us a couple different possible options there.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't stress, man. Don't stress. We'll get there. We always have technical bugs.
I'm sorry about that. You know,
No,
sort of
that's
the same
okay.
thing work and then-
This is mid coffee day for me, so my brain's kind of half shut down right now anyways, you know.
We could always take a recess. You guys are probably your brains are probably baked right now. I don't know.
Well, I want to get you on. I know you were waiting, you know. You've been super excited about this. So I'm like, okay, we're there. We're
Yeah.
not quite there. We're almost there.
Yeah.
You're out in Victoria today, right? Yeah. You're out on the island
Yeah.
still.
Yeah, it's
Sunshine.
pretty nice
Man.
weather.
Yeah. 20
Well,
miles.
kind of cloudy, a little breezy.
20 miles east of me. Yeah, there's a little bit of light haze.
Yeah. Yeah, we're pretty close. I just have to like throw a rock over the border and pretty much. So the scalar thing, my understanding is it's just a magnitude, right? Like it's a magnitude of.
Yeah, and if you want to try and present without the slideshow, that also works. You know, it's totally up to you, man. This is, you know.
Yeah. I could try presenting through my camera. It might, I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
Okay. Yeah.
Better
Just whatever.
than nothing.
It's Saturday afternoon. We're mellow, you know, life is good.
That's
Sunshine, light breeze. I got no complaints about the weather.
So let me try this for you guys. It's better than trying to screw around here with technical difficulties.
There we go. Now I see the camera.
So hopefully this will display okay.
That's awesome, dude. You just get the slideshow award for that. That is too. I'm serious. That's like MacGyver. That's the MacGyver PowerPoint.
Sweet.
I'm not teasing you. I think that is the coolest thing ever.
That's innovation right there.
Yeah, go for it, dude. Go for it. I can see it fine.
All right. So here we go. Water. So fourth phase and its anti-gravitational property, at least that's how it appears. I know there's a bit of, there doesn't seem to be much unity around the idea of anti-gravity, or what I mean is, you know, inertial mass being synonymous with gravity. So it could be that there's like a mass altering or inertial mass altering phenomenon, and then that affects gravity due to the relationship mass times mass. So anyway, a little bit about my background, how I kind of arrived at here, and the process of this development. I'll touch on a few things depending on how, you know, I don't know how much time I have. I don't want to, you know, try to be respectful of people's attention span and time. Tim? I guess he stepped away. So metals and magnets, the seawater, other fluids, having trouble with believing the data that I'm seeing and feeling like I'm going crazy. And then just doing more experiments, collecting more data to confirm this discovery, which seems to be pretty convincing to me at this point. Water phases, transitions, molecular structures, and I'm not going crazy after all. And some ideas on how to modify this effect and apply it to some sort of inertial mass propulsion. So about 30 years ago, I was quite inspired by a movie you've probably all heard of, Back to the Future 2, and the hoverboards. really captivated me. I was quite interested in science and electronics as well. I developed the hypothesis that gravity could be countered with magnetism. And in 7th grade, I made a crude electromagnet for a science project and hung it on a balance, like a fishing scale with a switch and a battery. And needless to say, my results were inconclusive, and the teacher wasn't that impressed that I would even tackle such a topic. 20 years later, after graduating from a mechanical engineering tech program, I was set on with gravity research again. And so I started looking online, and I came across a couple of books that kind of got me started. One was called Anti-Gravity, the Alto of the Truth by Richard P. Crandall, and Anti-Gravity Propulsion by Dr. Paul LaViolette. So in Richard's book, I learned he had quite an elaborate theory about, basically it was something like a Robert Forward's drive. I won't really go into all the detail of the theory right here because it's quite deep, but basically it's kind of like where I got the idea of gravitomagnetism and how this is responsible for so many of these gravitational effects. So that book got me thinking about T.T. Brown, anti-gravity, Henry Wallace, Bob Lazar, Pod Kletnoff, and how all these concepts kind of tie together. So I was experimenting with putting like cone-shaped metals like aluminum in magnetic fields to look for gravitomagnetically induced nuclear mass dipole phenomena to produce this type of gravity-based propulsion, which he theorized. So I experimented with that pretty crudely, and on and off, I tinkered with some of the high voltage type experiments with T.T. Brown and stuff like T.T. Brown concepts. Years later, I came across some stuff about Fred Alzofon and gravity control through the Aaron Murakami's Energy Science Tech Conference, which used to be Bedini and Lindemann and those guys. So after studying Alzofon and the stuff Crandall was talking about in his theory, and I started to, because they arrived at this this conclusion separately, that something about polarizing atomic nuclei was the key, or the key idea for gravity control. So that's kind of how I got down that path of the dynamic nuclear orientation, dynamic nuclear polarization concepts, which got me experimenting with the Alzofon experiment a couple years ago. And that's how Mark and I crossed paths, is through that experiment, because we were both doing it. We're trying to. So I started like recently playing around with, because I'm trying to tap into this gravitomagnetism, and I saw the connection with magnets and the concepts from NMR, nuclear magnetic resonance, and from what I read from Crandall and Alzofon. So I was thinking about, well, what would happen if you put some of these metals in magnetic fields? Like, would they change their weight? Would they, I was looking for something, and I actually wasn't disappointed, especially when I got an analytical balance last fall, and I've been doing a lot of videos and stuff with this balance, a lot of experiments. But it's really showed me, kind of like opened up a number of things for me that probably would have been unnoticed before, because they are small effects, like tens of milligrams. So this little chart here shows, like with copper, seeing some weight increase. So I was doing a lot of work with that. And to this day, I don't really have like a conclusive explanation, but I have some theories. So one day I was at the beach and I'm like, you know what, maybe I should try seawater, right? Put some seawater in a magnetic field and see what happens. Hang it like this with a magnet and some seawater in there, hang it on the balance. So after doing this for some time, sure enough, I saw some weight loss. I saw some changes. And so I'm like, oh, wow, this works. So like an early experiment was having a little jar with seawater in it and some magnets attached to it. And I just hang it on the balance. And then over time, I'd see, 10 milligrams, 20 milligrams drop. And so this picture here is an example of that, an early experiment with a paper cup, magnets, seawater. And then even putting it in someone mentioned, oh, it's probably evaporation. I think that was Mark. I'm like, yeah, it probably is evaporation. Let's put it in a sealed container. So I put it in a sealed container, a big magnet, seawater on this triple beam balance with the lid on. And lo and behold, I left it overnight and it dropped, as you can see there in that picture. It dropped noticeably. And I did that a number of times and I keep seeing this result. So I thought, well, this must be what's going on. So I started collecting more data with these different little experiments I did, and I graph it. Here's a nice, nice chart showing there's some clear effect going on here. Drop of, 50 milligrams in that neighborhood. And I did another test where I would, I had two cups, one with just magnets and one with magnets and the seawater in it. So the one with just magnets is these red bars here. You see how it's pretty steady. Then the one with the seawater and the magnets, see this decline. So I thought, wow, that's great. This is like, but then doing more work with controls. So I've seen these, pretty predictable drops in weight when I graph up the data. And then I tried, I really should do a control. So let's just take one jar of just water, pour it in a little, pour it in there and weigh it and do the same thing. And then I found, okay, so the control jar was actually losing weight, the one with no magnetic field. And then the one with the magnetic field was not really performing. And I thought, oh, that's interesting. Now I'm really going crazy. So what I'm learning about science is when you get a negative result, it's another lesson, wrapped in gift wrap paper. There's something deeper going on. So I did more experiments. I tried glass sheets in water, and I saw weight loss with these kinds of things. I didn't with this. This was like a sealed jar. These were other glass jars. And I tried a mechanical balance, putting containers with salt water on it and seeing some results with that too. I started to realize it was about probably like surface area. So I started getting into, I thought about capillary tubes, but that's a bit later. So the question of evaporation was still kind of haunting me, and I hadn't convinced anybody really in our chat or anything. So I decided, well, let's take the two, let's compare jars with lids off and jars with lids on, so that let's see if evaporation really is a factor here. So what I do is, have two different jars. Lids off and two with lids on. One would be salt water, one would be salt water. So the results of that was this data here. Basically, the green line is showing the jar with the salt water and the lid on actually lost the most weight. The ones with the lid on to prevent evaporation lost the least amount of weight. Well, that was interesting. Then I tried different solutions. I tried like copper sulfate, calcium chloride, just some different chemicals from a chemistry set. And here's the list of the ones I tried. Some big long names like potassium hexacyanoferrate. And that one actually performed the best out of all these graphs. The orange line here was the potassium compound. This was the sugar water. And this was the copper sulfate solution. If you notice, it barely moved at all. So what I do with these experiments is I just kind of like every period of time I would weigh each one and write down the weight, check with the calibration weight as well, and make sure it's telling me the truth. So I just kept working with this this stuff. Like I mentioned before, I thought about capillary tubes because I was starting to see that it had something to do with the container and the fluid in the container and that the interaction with that over time. So I got some capillary tubes. Here's the results from distilled water, basically a 70 milligram drop over, let's see, 12 to 8. How many hours is that? 8 hours. So you notice the sudden drop in the beginning. And then in this graph here, this shows the same kind of trend. These were bigger capillary tubes, like 1.5 millimeters. And these are the small ones, which are like 0.3 millimeters. And here's just some pictures, some examples of what that looked like. So I had a pop bottle, which I sealed with very tightly. I also put some dielectric grease on them to make sure there's no evaporation at all. So in each case here, they all showed weight loss trends over time. I tried shaking them, and the shaking would not change the reading on the balance. Or neither would orientation. So like laying it horizontally or vertically. Here's a graph of the saltwater one, which was one of my earlier experiments. You see that exponential curve. And this is like 4 hours, 8 hours, 12 hours, 16 hours. Before and after, 100 milligrams loss in weight. Looks and feels great. So I got into Pepto-Bismol because I wanted to find something with bismuth already in solution. I thought about bismuth bromide because it's so very soluble, but Pepto-Bismol is a lot more easy to buy, and it does have bismuth atoms in it. Bismuth it's a big atom with lots of nuclear spin and mass. And I thought, because I think this has something to do with gravitomagnetism, I thought that would be a good candidate. So I tried it with the capillary tubes, and here's the results with that. There was a quick initial drop of 100 milligrams. Once the Pepto-Bismol interacted with glass tubes. And so here there's another, over about 12 hours, there's another drop of 50 milligrams, and then it starts to level off, plateau. And this is an extension of that graph. Just as time goes on, see how it stabilizes there. Just more pictures of that setup. So there's the pop bottle. In there was a test tube, which I put the Pepto-Bismol in. I sealed it up with this cap, silicone dielectric grease. And then what I did was I weighed the whole thing like that. And then I poured it out so it got on the tubes. And then I weighed it again. And you see the difference there was quite large, like 100 milligrams. And I tried another one with a different digital balance. So in here was bigger tubes, 560 glass tubes, 1.5 mils diameter. So this is a sealed, like a food container. So there's like a rubbery plastic membrane here. And what I noticed was most of the weight loss occurred in the first couple hours or so, and then it just stopped. Didn't change at all after a day. And then I was thinking about, okay, because this has something to do with surface area, so and contact with surface area. So I thought about stranded wire. I had this car audio speaker cable which has like all these like strands of wire on it. So I tried it, didn't do anything. I thought, well, that's interesting. And so I thought about what might be the reason why, and did a little research and found out these wires are actually tin coated. They're tin coated copper to prevent oxidation. And so I realized this probably has to do with, there has to be like the oxygen atoms have to be attracted to the surface, and they're not very attracted to tin, from what I read there. I tried aluminum heat sinks because there's lots of surface area. So what I did in this experiment was I weighed this container here, water at the bottom, and this heat sink on top. And so it was, as far as I could tell, balanced. And then what I did was just immerse it in the water, put the cap on, and shortly after, there was a noticeable drop. And that was about 100 to 200 milligram range. And I just tried other types of experiments with these on my other balance. And there was always a weight loss, and it happened quickly, and then it plateaued. So thankfully, Jeremiah had a go at this, and he tried a few different experiments. Unfortunately, he had some problems with his video processing, so I wasn't able to get all the data from that, but I got enough to show a general trend. He saw weight loss as well, and it just kept going and going. And this is milligrams here, tens of milligrams. So he did a really good, really interesting experiment. This is like the little container. These are the capillary tubes, the small ones. So we hung them on a thread in there, and there's a little bit of water at the bottom. And he noticed that after he poured the water, and this is dead water too, like this is deionized water that was sitting there for months, under his bench. And he noticed some few milligrams of weight loss just by the water being in contact with the surface of the container. And then he took a laser pointer and burned the thread in there so that these tubes fall into the water. So he didn't ever open the lid. And then the water was wicked up the tubes, and the trend of weight loss just continued on for quite a bit longer. And he also did this experiment with the pop bottle and the tubes. I think he reported, 70 milligrams after 34 hours. And it was like 10% Pepto-Bismol and 90% bottled water. And he did this other test too with these, he had these little bags he could seal, I guess for storing food or whatever, like freezy, like freezy pops. But anyways, it's totally sealed. So he put Pepto-Bismol and water in another one, and those just kept losing weight, like tens of milligrams. So yeah, so the thing about water is everyone is a water expert because everyone thinks they know everything about water. We know that it's a solid liquid gas. Water is everywhere, and we drink it, falls from the sky, boils at 100 degrees, freezes at 0 or 212 or 32 for those of you who like Fahrenheit. We use it for cleaning. We play in it, drink it. So yeah, we know water quite well, don't we? But less people know it expands when freezing, forms hydrogen bonds within itself. It's composed of H2O, deuterium, tritium. It's called the universal solvent. It absorbs large amounts of energy during physical phase changes. Molecules rotate, bend, vibrate, and twist. And it's decomposed into hydrogen and oxygen. Fewer people know that water has many ice phases. In fact, I didn't know this until recently, but there's actually up to 19 different types of ice. And this is temperature here and pressure. So the greater the temperature and pressure, you see these different zones here represent the different types of or phases of ice. And then there's something called superionic ice, which is believed to be a big part of the gas giant, the cores of the gas giant planets. And some scientists believe it is a new phase of matter. It's either in addition to water's already cluttered array of avatars or something even stranger because its water molecules break apart, said physicist Livia Bove. It's really a new state of matter, she says, which is rather spectacular. Millo's team found their super pressurized ice melted at around 4,700 degrees Celsius, about as expected for superionic ice, and that it did conduct electricity thanks to the movement of charged protons. So it's kind of like an amazing conductor, but instead of moving electrons through, like with ordinary conductors, it moves protons, which are the hydrogen atoms. That's from Quanta magazine. So I'm thinking that maybe this weight loss effect might be related to phase changes of matter and a different phase of water. So yeah, it turns out this scientist, Dr. Gerald Pollack, and his team, they have discovered what they call the fourth phase of water. And so I'm so glad I came across this video recently because it really confirmed a lot of things that maybe there is this other behavior just ordinary solid, liquid, and gas. So he describes it as being jelly-like, this fourth phase, in between solid and liquid. And it excludes all particles, impurities, and for that reason, they've called it the exclusion zone, or easy water for short. And so when easy water forms, they found an electric field spans across it. And it can act a distinct molecular formation resembling a grid of hexagons. I have a diagram. And it forms on hydrophilic surfaces like glass. And I have found in some of my experiments, it seems to be related to heat. I won't play these videos right here because it's kind of awkward, but it's on YouTube here, the fourth phase of water, Dr. Gerald Pollack at TEDx. And what is the fourth phase of water? So I recommend watching those if you haven't, or if you want to get more understanding on this. So this diagram here, I don't know if you'll be able to see it, but basically, this is from the videos I watched. This is my hand-drawn diagram. So this is the surface here, like say glass or other surfaces, hydrophilic surfaces. And these easy layers form over time. And they form in sort of like a honeycomb pattern with your oxygen atoms and your hydrogen atoms, and they overlap. And he calls it H3O2. And this is an example of, so here's the surface. And you can see the positive charges and the negative charges here. So there's a polarization that happens across this easy zone. And shining light on it or warming it apparently expands it. And this is like particulate matter, you know, impurities, salts, and that sort of thing. It gets expelled from this easy zone. But I was also thinking about glass, right? Glass is interesting too. So I thought maybe could the water be forming a glass-like phase? So this one scientist says the deepest and most interesting unsolved problem in solid state theory is probably so when things glassify, it's a molecules slowly settle into tightly packed, dense formations. And I think may have something to do with Pollak's exclusion zone water, but also this mass loss property, which suggests that there could be phase transitions involving changes in inertial mass in other substances too. Crystal formation, liquid formation, and glass formation. So it's like a liquid, but it doesn't have the crystallization. Got me thinking about clouds. I started to see clouds and fog in a new way. That maybe these droplets are actually somewhat weightless, like they're not actually being pulled to the ground like every other particle would. So I found out that cloud droplets are on average 20 micrometers in diameter, and the raindrop is like 2,000 micrometers. So the average raindrop, that's when they fall. So there's actually been a lot of studies done about droplets and their size and how long they stay suspended in the air, and whether they fall or not. And it depends on their diameter. So what I'm thinking is that this easy water forms on these aerosol particles in the atmosphere. And it's a very small, like we're talking, 10, 20 micrometers in that range. And it's not actually it doesn't actually couple with the Earth's gravity. It's like, it's almost massless. It's kind of what I'm proposing. So I think it might be a fourth phase of water, highly ordered dense phase of H3O2. And I can provide the slideshow by email or whatever later, so you guys can look at it later. I can forward research. So I'm thinking basically these droplets will never be pulled to the ground by gravity. This is the reason why clouds float in the air. They don't. But as more molecules coalesce with these droplets, of course, they start to gain mass, so they have a different mass property. But more work needs to be done with that. because that's just my hypothesis. And I was thinking about how it applies to, nature and trees and plants, and how water wicks up these very high, very tall trees. And, water tends to feel heavy, right? When you pick up a bucket of water or whatever, it's pretty weighty. And yet it just keeps rising up the stalk of a tree. These are local trees where I live, by the way, they're huge. And these actually have little capillary tubes, basically little capillary tubes inside of them. And I see that as like brilliant engineering, actually. The more I study this stuff, it's like, it's evidence to me that things are designed and created rather than happen by chance. But so what I know and what you guys know now today, so now we're all water experts, right? So water as water in distilled or solution forms is poured into a hydrophilic container such as glass or some plastics and interacts with these surfaces, the weight drops exponentially. As this easy water layer or skin forms over time, this fourth phase is losing. Now this is where it gets interesting. It's either losing coupling to Earth gravity, but not inertial mass, or inertial mass and therefore gravitational force, which is the equivalence principle. So A makes gravity reduction or anti-gravity possible, but useless for propulsion. B is not anti-gravity, but inertia control, and therefore useful for propulsion. So is this a natural kind of coherent matter? A natural nuclear orientation, polarization of nuclear gravitomagnetism? Does the Earth's ether flow pass more freely through this coherent state, thereby causing less resistance? Is there less vacuum fluctuations in easy zone water and perhaps many other substances in a glassy state? All this remains to be understood. Furthermore, and by extension, during the crystallization of water during freezing, it likely is losing weight. Although this experiment is a little more difficult to carry out because of condensation problems, but I did actually take a stab at this. And what I found was, so this is weighing it as an ice cube, and this is weighing it hours later after it's melted. And so you see there is a slight change here. I measured about 25 milligrams. And that's a Ziploc bag and a cup to isolate, so that, like thermally isolate. I did a similar experiment later on. Again, melting ice cubes, a styrofoam cup, freezer bag, or Ziploc bag, sorry. So this was the progression of the weight over time. That's 8.3243. So about 40 milligram loss after melting. So when it had warmed up to room temperature. So now I was racking my brain on how to perhaps control this phenomena, because that would be the most useful aspect of it. And I came up with some positive results, although not very useful at this point. But one of them, I just took a pickle jar out of my fridge and weighed it as it was fresh out of the fridge, 10 degrees Celsius, weighed 841.84 grams. And then as it warmed up to 21 degrees Celsius, which is like room temperature, 841.62 grams. And then I warmed it up some more on a stove in 841.49 at 34 degrees Celsius. So you see the progression of loss of weight here. And that's about 340 milligrams, right? And then I tried plain water. I used the same jar, so it's not great value anymore. Sorry about that. So I did the same thing here, well, similar. I started out warm. So that says 45 degrees Celsius on the surface. Weighs 1,022 grams, 1,022.10 grams. And then it cooled down to room temperature, 19 degrees, and it weighed 1,021.95. And then I put it in the freezer Celsius on the surface, and then weighed 1,022.08. And then I warmed it up again, 1,020.94. And that says 38 degrees Celsius. Here to here, same predict, but here's what I think is going on. So this is weight, and this is time and temperature. So if I start out with it being hot or warm, and I freshly pour the water into the jar, it's going to have its usual drop in weight as it interacts with the surfaces of the container. But because it's starting out warm, it's going to, as we've seen, it's going to weigh a little bit less. So as it cools down, the weight is going to slightly increase. So it's going to sort of cancel out is what I'm getting at. So that's why there wasn't like a stark result in that experiment. So to do this, it's best to like let the water settle in the jar for say a day, and then heat it up or cool it down, because that way you can see more clearly the effects of temperature, because it does have this progression just from the interaction with the surfaces. So another experiment I did, I put this one on my YouTube channel. So that's a light bulb in there, and sealed lid. I sealed it with hot glue so to prevent evaporation as best as I could. So what I found was the light bulb would warm up the water, like as you can see here, from 18 to 40 degrees, and then cool down 27 down to like room temperature. So you'd see a trend of, as it warms up, it goes from 585.91 to 585.84. And then as it cools down, it increases slightly back up to 9.1 and back up a little more to 9.4. That's my video clip there, but I won't play it here. So concept I remember from reading one of James Woodward's patents, which I thought was pretty interesting. 6098924. But he describes a schematic of got a positive mass, negative mass, positive mass. So when you cycle between this mass being slightly more than this one, and then you expand the transducer, and vice versa. When you contract it, and this mass is slightly less, and this mass is slightly more, what you end up with is a net motion going this way. But he talked about using piezoelectric actuators. And I don't know where they're at with that at this day, but this is from an older patent. So this is basic like high school physics. So I don't know. Probably guys probably don't need to see this, but I just find this is really interesting because this is, you know, even with just a very small amount of thrust, but applied for a very long period of time, you can actually attain very large distances in space. So, for example, a small acceleration of 1/100th of a g, which is like 1/100th of the Earth's gravity, you could get to the moon in 17 hours. That's like accelerating to halfway, and then you turn your spaceship around and you decelerate, and you reach the moon. At that rate of acceleration, you get there in 17 hours. And after a week, you could attain 22 million miles, 38 million kilometers. And after 2 weeks, over 145 million kilometers, which gets you past Mars or Venus. So the key is just to keep applying this small amount of thrust over a long period of time. At least for, you know, unless we can get like to the point of a very high amount of acceleration in a propulsion system. So what I came up with is this I call variable inertial mass impulse engine. So basically the mass of water is cycled between high and low, denoted by the big M and small n. And some of my experiments have shown that higher thermal energy reduces the weight. And because I believe weight and inertia is related, and vice versa, therefore should reduce or increase inertial mass. And it appears that this can be cycled. So the cycle is reminiscent of the Stirling engine or heat pumps, like different thermodynamic states. So there'd be no need for propellant, rocket fuel, because the concentration of dissipation of inertial mass achieves the same purpose without the loss of matter. So I see matter and mass as being different. You know, matter, the number of, you know, marbles in a jar, but the mass of those marbles can change. So I just see it as, hopefully that's simple enough to understand, but so basically these, you'd have two containers, say of water, and you'd have an actuator between them. And this actuator would extend and contract. And it would do so in tandem with these water tanks being cycled between hot and cold, or the surfaces. So you'd have an alternation of inertial mass, which would produce a net thrust downwards. And so for deep space propulsion, nuclear energy might be a good, well-trusted solar system, the use of the sun, solar energy, you know, that sort of thing. Very, very conventional methods to produce this, the heat energy required to alter the inertial mass of the water. So I will, with that, I'll end the presentation.
Okay. Wayne, that is amazing. There are lots of details, and you get an award for that PowerPoint. So you get the MacGyver award for the PowerPoint. Okay, let me do this. So we stopped the sharing. Let's go into Q&A session. And I should apologize to you guys. I'm kind of like, I don't want the background noise. So this room that I'm in is like, I don't know, like 90 degrees. So I'm like bright red, sweating, and all that. So again, Option Y on Mac or Alt Y on Windows. I don't have a Darth Vader cup. I got my beat up coffee
You
cup.
should get one of these.
Darth Vader cup.
Maybe the boss.
I'm watching that new series, the Obi-Wan series. I just watched that.
Yeah, I'm watching that too. Yeah.
Isn't that weird? Isn't that kind of sad that we're like adults and here we are on Disney Plus? Like kicking the kid off it. Get off my Disney Plus. Watching Star Wars.
It's hard to let go. It's hard to let go when you're an 80s or 90s kid, you know. I mean, that's kind of like
it is, yeah.
Especially because nothing good ever comes after the 80s or 90s.
That is
that's
true.
kind of the general.
It ended with grunge music, man. That was it. You know, grunge music, and then went straight from that to Kid Rock, and it was all over. So yeah. Okay. So Mr. Mark Sokol has his hand up. Let's go to Mark.
Yes.
Yes, great job. Great job.
Hold on. Yeah. I'm sorry. I put this on gallery view. Everybody, let's give Mr. Wayne Ojala a giant hand.
That was amazing, Wayne.
Thank you.
I'm a little sorry that I couldn't get to see the actual presentation. We had to do it like that. Was there like an internet problem in Canada today? I heard that on the news.
Really? Is that a Canada joke? No, Wayne, you
yeah.
don't have to respond to that. Do not respond to that. No Canada slamming in our community.
It's
Be
hard.
nice to him.
I will refrain from Canada slamming, but I remember Canada used to work a lot better not too long ago, but a lot of things don't really work well anymore.
Hopefully, Tim Ventura can fix that up in the post-processing if you send him over the presentation.
That's right. No, yeah.
I don't know. I'm volunteering Tim's work.
Wait, what can I fix? His presentation or Canada in post?
Oh no, you can put the slides on top of his audio.
Oh, I think the way he did it was awesome. Actually, I you know what? He's just like he just whips out his camera. He's like, screw it, we're going downtown.
It was a really amazing presentation. I wasn't able to read all the words and see everything very clearly, but really well put together. Lots of information there. One thing that I did notice about your temperature tests, and this is something that I learned recently from the vapor deposition machine, that any object in a humid environment, meaning a room that doesn't have 0% humidity, which is basically the entire planet, will build up a thin film layer of water on it, and that is temperature dependent. As the temperature is above ambient temperature, you get less water, so you'll see a temperature drop, and when it's below ambient temperature, you'll see lots of condensation. That was in line with your temperature readings, so I would recheck that part of the experiment, but all the other stuff were very interesting. Your analogy to how trees are pulling up the water through their bark is pretty interesting as well. And clouds, why are they flying?
Yeah, things we don't really think about every day, right?
Yeah, you don't think about it. Just because it happens in your everyday life doesn't mean that I think of the sun, for instance. We've had that was a massive hole in physics. Why is the sun, so hot? Where's it getting its energy from?
These are Mark. These are you mentioned DMT earlier, right? This is what comes out of that. Why are clouds flying? I'm like, whoa.
Those are the kind of things you think about when you're on shrooms, probably.
Yeah, like I feel stoned just hearing you say that. I'm like, man, it's been a long time since college.
Yeah.
Great presentation.
Thanks. Oh, let me mention just kind of in response to what you said. So Pablo, Pablo, I think he calls himself Dr. Hongo.
Pablo, yeah.
But he just got a little digital balance, and he just sent this to me, I think today or yesterday. But he saw a 340 milligram drop or gain in water. But he had a little thermos and he put hot water in it, measured it and stuff, and he saw a big change there. So, and I trust, he's a scientist, so he's a chemist. So, and Jeremiah's was getting positive results. Although Jeremiah, he wants to work more with it. I know he's doing a lot of things right now. But he wasn't like 100% convinced, like he still had some reservation about could water molecules be escaping through plastic and through glass, and so I don't think so, but it's just one of those things where if enough people start seeing it, it sounds so stupid, like, oh, it's right there, like every day, like you pour water in a cup, it's losing weight. But yeah.
Have you considered atmospherical effects like pressure, incoming cold fronts, or anything like that?
Incoming cold fronts. Well, I mean,
the mercury rises.
I've done numerous experiments in different contexts, like in different conditions, and lately pretty stable conditions. Jeremiah does it in his apartment, right? So it's like very, very stable temperature. And so the trend is always the same. And I mean, you've got an analytical balance there. You can try it too. Convince yourself. Do it.
I will definitely give it a shot. I even got some water from the Atlantic Ocean to compare it to the water from the Pacific.
Yeah. So I think when it has dissolved compounds in it, like salts and stuff, I think the effect is more pronounced, like it behaves differently, probably relating to the amount of work it has to do to expel those salts and those other substances in it. It might have something to do with it. And just going back to Dr. Gerald Pollack and what they found with the light and stuff being a factor to increase this state, right? Like we know in other, like in physics, it takes more, like if you want to make laser beam, you have to pump the lasing medium with light, like you have to energize it to create that new state. So there's some sort of an energy pumping going on that's creating this highly ordered state of water that has this effect. And I don't know how to go any further with theory or whatever to describe this positively or accurately, like what this state exactly is, or how it interacts with the vacuum of space in virtual. I mean, there's all this other stuff like quantum physics that kind of comes into it. Like what's going on here at that level?
So let me go to Robert DBS, who's patiently had his hand up. Robert, go for it, sir.
You here? Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, great. Some time ago, I was doing some experiments with using a Sartorius scale. It had a maximum, it could weigh up 220 grams, and it could weigh 1/10 of a milligram. So it's like the next stage beyond, I believe, what you have on your scale. But the literature with the scale said that the scale itself is sensitive to temperature and pressure. And also, I thought it was also sensitive to maybe electrostatic, conditions in the atmosphere. I was working in my kitchen. And I noticed drift on whatever I put on there. Dielectrics were more subject to drift than what metals. Metals were pretty stable, but dielectrics had drift. But they would drift up and they'd drift down, but they were nowhere near what you were seeing. 100 milligrams is like crazy. Mine were maybe. It would drift maybe up to a milligram.
So
I gotta try this. I gotta try this. This is crazy.
I know it is crazy, isn't it? Like you just pour it in a cup and it loses weight. I mean, can anti-gravity be any more simple than that? I don't know.
Yeah.
If you can call it anti-gravity, I mean.
Well, I don't know what the actual phenomenon is, but you know, I would check to make sure your scale itself isn't misleading you.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I went over a lot of information there and a lot of slides. So I wouldn't expect everybody to catch every nuance of, you know, everything that we did, like as far as like trying to eliminate errors. But as a rule of thumb, I just discount, like if it's plus or minus 1 milligram, I don't really pay attention to that. But when it starts to be 5, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 100 milligrams, you know,
That's
then
a
I'm
lot.
like, what's going on here?
That's an awful lot.
Yeah. And so, and you know, what I do more now than I used to do is I actually measure, like I calibrate it before I measure it, right, with a 200.0000 grams. I measure like something that I know will not change, like a hard plastic object or something. So I know it's telling me the truth. And then I weigh the sample, and then I'll wait, you know, some amount of time, an hour, half an hour, do the same thing again. Take the reading, and then I chart it out, plot it, and sure enough, I see very consistently, I see a trend of weight loss.
Now are you taking the sample off the scale and putting it back on, or just leaving it on the
Right.
scale?
Right. I take it off, I weigh it, and I take it off and I weigh again in some period of time later, 10 minutes, half an hour, or an hour, whatever, right? And then I chart it out against time. And that's how I get those curves. And Jeremiah's seen the same thing too. Like he's very careful. He was a calibration technician actually, so he knows what he's doing when it comes to measuring things as far as anyone, I would think. So, and he has a Fisher Scientific analytical balance. So like mine, it goes down to the 10th of a milligram. And so he was seeing changes in weight too, right? But it's hard to like overcome that skepticism. Like this can't be happening. It must be evaporation. But it's like you just have to try it for yourself, I guess. You know, like
Yeah.
I will try it.
Well, so let me see. Our hands. I think we're out of hands for right now. What I want to do now is I'm going to put this thing back on gallery view. I want to hand this. We're at the top of the hour. I want everybody, please put your hands back together for Wayne Ojala. I want to go to Mark. Actually, Mark, can I hand the conference over to you?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I need to go out and get some fresh air because this room is passing me out here. I'm like struggling to. I'm going to have to get some coffee. I'll be back in a bit. So let me do that. Mark, I'm going to make you the host, and I'll probably have to restart video.
Recording stopped.
Oh, and can you give me permission to record again? And I will start it back up.
Let me do that.
Sorry about that.
I have to go to participants.
Yeah, this is a rough time of year. It's pretty humid. So it's in here, the temperature's in the 90s, and it's just like.
Hey, Tim.
Recording in progress.
There we go. Okay.
Tim. As far as the slides go, do you want me to?
Yeah, can you send me your slide deck? Send me your slide deck. I'll see what I can do with it.
Okay.
Yeah. Send me your slide deck. I'll see what I can do with it. Maybe I can do print screens in or something like that. So.
Yeah.
Okay. Good deal. I'm going to mute this out. I'll be back in a bit. I just have to kind of go get my brain kickstarted again.
Wayne, one other thing, actually clouds are formed from updrafts. So the wind is caused obviously when hot air rises and cold air comes and takes place, but when the hot air is rising, it's lifting water droplets up.
Right.
That's where clouds come from. But the weight loss is very intriguing still.
Yeah, so there's a water cycle, right? So the water it vaporizes and rises. The droplets are very small and they rise, and then as air rises into the atmosphere, it cools, and as it cools, it condenses. So, yeah.
And then it falls, and we have rain, and then we grow.
But I just found it interesting that the droplets don't always fall, you know, the way we would think that they would fall. So I might be wrong. I'm probably wrong, but you know, it's a thought.
Sorry, what city are you located in?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm on the West Coast.
Oh, okay.
Vancouver Island.
Yeah. We wanted to get in touch with the Triumph Lab over there, but you know, the cyclotron place. But,
is that in Nelson, BC? Vancouver?
Yeah, some place in Vancouver, but they're pretty busy, so they're hard to get in touch with.
I'd imagine.
Yeah.
I don't know if they listen to ordinary people that are not like renowned scientists or universities.
I mean, they reply to us. They're just a little bit slow. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. We had a plan B. Yeah.
One other interesting thing about water is when you sweat and the water evaporates, the reason why it's cooling you off is because heat is really a nuclear motion that is being experienced on a much larger level, on a macroscopic level. So there are atoms of the water molecules in your sweat that are moving faster than the others. Those are the ones that get released first in the form and evaporate, leaving only the cooler ones behind. That's why sweating cools you off, and that's why swamp coolers work. Process of evaporative cooling. Anyways, moving over to what the lab has going on over here. We are back in bismuth. We managed to make some vapor deposits of bismuth on a ceramic disc over here. This is actually a thin film of bismuth vapor deposited on either side of a ceramic disc. And I tried doing it using the freezing method. That didn't work. It turns out that you just have to clean the machine each time, and it worked out pretty well. You're able to see a little spot over here. It was slightly dirty, so the bismuth only likes to connect where it's perfectly clean. Another variation that we managed to create is aluminum. We'll be running this later in the Alzofon experiment. This is just pure aluminum on a ceramic disc. See, I'm wearing gloves to keep everything nice and clean. We're trying to make the oxide layers. This is what we spent a lot of time on last week, making various methods of heat combined with oxygen to try to get a nice oxide layer. So this is what the heat and oxygen method gave us. Lots of bubbles on the surface. And it didn't create a very nice oxide layer, actually. I think what we're going to end up having to do is some sort of electrolysis system, anodizing it, which should work pretty well. The latest sample that I've made is actually bismuth on bottom with aluminum on top of it. So this is two different metals mixed together. We were going to go for the full arts parts experiment today. Would have had it ready by now, but before turning the machine on, I did a little safety check and realized that magnesium, hot magnesium, if exposed to atmosphere, will burn, and anything you spray at it other than a Class D fire extinguisher will just make the fire worse, and it could possibly destroy our vapor deposition machine, with a fire that we can't put out. So we're going to wait for that Class D fire extinguisher to arrive. costs $900. Those things are very expensive to deal with magnesium or aluminum fires. So that's what's happening next with our vapor deposition thing. Should be here next week, so we'll be able to get a move on that. Behind me over here, you can see the Plazanov impulse chamber. The bottom part is clear acrylic. It's just covered with a nice sheet of, I think it's like cardboard or something like that, that it comes with a nice little film to protect it until you're ready to use it. I didn't take that off yet because we do have some machining work for it. On the floor is the Helmholtz coil that is 26 inches in diameter. We actually made 3 of them. The first one didn't come out so nice, but the second 2 did come out. So they will be positioned roughly like this. And I'll be powering them with a large hybrid battery from the hybrid battery shop that we have over here as well. Keep their current, the current equal on each of them, and keep the field as homogeneous as possible. We need a pretty high voltage in order to pump these coils, probably about 250 to 300 volts DC, and they're going to be pulling about 20 amps each, 18.5 gauge wire. That's what's going on with that experiment. The Magnon experiment that we were working on last week, after the conference, I finally got the mechanism going. It does work right now. You can turn it on. The idea was to, oh, it's not plugged in, but this would spin and there's a little bearing on the side of it. And the idea was the bearing would create a short circuit for the magnetic field. So the magnetic field peak strength would be going around in a circle inside of the ferrite and hopefully create a magnon, which is a rotating magnetic field inside of the material. The issue was that the motor is not strong enough for that, and all that happened is it seized up as soon as the magnetic field was applied. There may be a more solid state way of achieving the same effect. Aidan Schaefer, I think, is looking into that right now. But that's where that experiment is sitting at the moment. And that's pretty much what we have going on right now. I saw, Todd, you mentioned something about the Woodward effect in water. What was that about? Todd DeCiato, are you there? Able to talk?
Yeah. I was mass variations. He was talking about it changing mass as it moved back and forth from one side to the other. It's the Woodward effect.
Oh, between different phases, yes, just like electrical energy going from capacitive to inductive.
Yeah, but yeah, Wayne was talking about the phases of ice and changing mass and moving back and forth, creating a thrust. And I'm like, that's the Woodward effect. So that's all.
My concern with that experiment was that the temperature was relative to the ambient temperature, which would change change the amount of condensation that builds up on the surface of what he had there. And you can even see in his frozen sample that there was condensation outside of the chamber, adding weight to it. And when you heat it up, it removes that extra condensation.
I didn't catch that. Good. But I thought Wayne did a great job.
Yeah, definitely. I loved his presentation. I wish my presentations looked all like that.
Thanks, guys. I'm sleep deprived and I sort of want it. So
it's okay. I'm sick as hell too. So
I'm glad you enjoyed it. At least I just sent the link to Tim. Hopefully he can get the slides out to you.
Okay, does anyone else have any questions, any comments? I guess we can go to open discussion at this point, or, oh, Pepe, how are you?
Very good, Mark. No, I just want to tell
head of the one who presented. It was really good. Okay, this is the first time I actually in the front of my seat, just looking at what you had to say and what you did. Thank you very much. Okay, I appreciate it for your work and appreciate that you're sharing it. Good.
Thank you. I appreciate you, the compliment. Means a lot. And glad to be inspirational, I hope. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's a good thing that you're telling us what you did. So whenever we do something different. And if we know something already doesn't work, well, we don't do it. So thank you. That's very good help. And I'm sure I will share with you whatever I have.
Okay.
Thanks.
Cool. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Pepe, you mentioned you have some ideas for how to try Alzofon.
Well, I have some ideas. You want me to show him right now?
Sure. I mean, I guess we're in open discussion right now. It doesn't look like anyone's fighting for the mic.
Okay, let me.
I just want to say that that bismuth thing there looks really spectacular.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, we're back in bismuth.
Really specular.
One thing I learned about it, which is very interesting, is that it is magneto-resistive. It's one of the most magneto-resistive materials, meaning that if you apply magnetic field to it, its resistance changes. The reason why it's not being used as Hall effect in place of Hall effect sensors for Gauss reading is because the thickness of the thickness and the homogeny of the crystal changes that parameter so much that it's hard to make reliable sensors. So you can shake the sensor, you know, and something happens like a fracture line crack inside of it. Suddenly your number's way off. But theoretically, you can make a very accurate Gauss meter using thin film bismuth.
Hey, Mark, when you do your experiment for the Alzofon, with those discs, what percent have you predicted? What kind of percentage in weight loss are you expecting to produce according to, you know, to the input of the energy, the frequency?
I try not to make any predictions. I just look at what the scale says and go with that.
Oh, okay.
I'm not really about the theory about, you know, what can I do different in the lab to see the effect. I can only rely on what it shows me and not, you know, I hope to see 100% weight loss. Fingers crossed.
Yeah. Well, good luck. I hope you get a good result, because if you do, that means you have invented solid state propulsion, and that will make everything obsolete.
Yeah, I mean, it will take a while for everything to become obsolete, but yes, it will change the world as we know it. The most we've seen was in the range of about, I think it was about 15% weight loss. We had the magnet in a different orientation in that experiment where the field lines were going vertical. Right now, our experiment has them going horizontal. So I don't know if that has any effect on the experiment.
Will you be doing, you know, an experiment, let's say when the discs are like between, let's say 45-degree inclination between horizontal and vertical, or 30-degree or 60-degree, to get, you know, some measure of performance?
There was a suggestion to point the magnetic field toward true north, meaning toward the star Polaris. Amy Estridge, the girl who recently passed away, actually made that recommendation based off her dad's theory. The issue we're having is that our electromagnet weighs about a ton, and it's in a very confined space. So shifting it into that position is quite difficult.
That's true. Well, the piece itself, you know, you can keep it, you know, if you incline one of those pieces, one of those discs at an angle, you know, you don't have to turn the magnet, you know, at any angle, because
Oh,
the
no,
magnetic
the
field
magnetic
would be.
field. No, the magnetic field needs to be in that angle, not the sample needs to just fit in wherever the magnetic field is. But the magnetic field is what matters.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I found there was it almost seemed like the movement happened in line with the RF. So whatever the RF vector was, I saw the sample move like it was repelled away from the antenna, let's say, or the direction in which the RF was going. That's what I saw.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I think you saw the same thing. So it's like one of those, you know, right angle things, right? Like the movement that you saw.
Also, keep in mind that you were dealing with an antenna. I was dealing with a horn antenna, which are different. You're dealing with a dipole antenna versus a horn antenna. So you have, I guess you have more control over it when it's just a dipole antenna.
I don't know. I think the horn antenna is pretty directional though. Like a horn or the Yagi Uda antenna, you get a directional.
Oh, Yagi is very directional. Yeah.
Yeah, you get a directional vector, right? So, and then if your magnetic field is horizontal, then you get, you know, you might see some weight loss or something, or weight gain, just depending on the direction of these vectors.
I'm trying to get some weight loss over here too.
But I don't know if it's weight. I'm not saying it's like, I don't think it's like weight loss, like anti-gravity. I think it's like a directional kind of force, like a propulsion, something more of that nature. That's kind of what I see. Yeah.
The best effects I've always seen were with thin film materials. So that's where we're trying to push the research. That's where we got the vapor deposition machine and all these samples. And hopefully this week we'll be running experiments nonstop with various setups. And when the fire extinguisher comes, I'll be able to start playing with magnesium safely. Pepe, so what were you going to show us?
Well, is that okay if I share my screen?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. Just hold on, let me get ready. Do you see this? It's a file, a PDF file.
Oh, yes, we see it now.
Okay. Well, this is the file I sent you before, and these are the changes that I suggest. Okay. The main change is the cover. Okay. I believe the cover should be made out of aluminum. If I am to make the experiment, this is how I will do it. Okay. I will use aluminum 6463. I melt it, and then I put iron filings. I put 10% by weight of iron filings. And after that, I put a film made out of gadolinium, cerium, calcium, and zinc with these percentages: 28, 14.7, 47.1, and 8.8. Okay. And the reason why is because of this. Hold on. I think I had things all over the place. I just have to put it together. Okay. There are two main reasons why I choose these elements. Okay. The first one was Mr. Wade parts. I'm not sure if you guys heard about Mr. Wade.
Mr. Wade?
Yeah, Chuck Wade. This Chuck Wade found some parts of in San Agustin in New Mexico, he claims that those parts were collected from the, from the UFOs from 1997. And he did several lab tests, and this is what he came up with, these parts with these percentages. Okay, so I'm just trying to replicate what he found. Yeah, you can Google Mr. Wade. That's why I'm getting these percentages. And also I'm getting this material because of what Alzofon says. He mentions that 10% has to be iron. That's gonna, the iron is gonna allow the magnetic field to go inside the cover made out of aluminum. And that's gonna point the nuclei easier to the right direction. That's why I'm suggesting this, okay? Another reason why.
Alzofon actually suggested a lot less iron, but that's interesting that you are recommending 10%.
Well, he said 10%, right?
No, I think he said about 0.5%.
Oh, well, let me. I think I have the Alzofon here.
I'm not sure if it's in the paper itself. I think it's in the book. I'm talking to David.
Okay, well, I look for it, but I'm sure it's about 10% what I saw.
Well, it does kind of make sense. The best results we've had were with a thin film, and we put some ferrofluid on top of it. At that point, it started to actually attract to the magnet, so you had to find a sweet spot where it wouldn't attract.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, I'll look for it later. I don't remember exactly what I saw, but I'll saw it there. The other thing I wanted to do with the Alzofon experiment is to rotate, okay? I did something like this to be able to rotate. This is just an structure. You can mount a motor, and you have a long shaft to rotate the sample piece. This is how the sample piece is. That's how I will do it. Let me make it bigger. What you see here is a cover on top. This is the structure to hold the cover to be able to mount on the shaft right here. But this thing, I couldn't make a better drawing in SolidWorks, but this is like a coil with similar to the Joule teeth circuit. The reason I'm using this is because we have to magnetize the cover, and at the same time, we need to extract energy out of it. So the coil has actually two wires, okay? One is used to magnetize, and the other one is used to obtain energy out of it, okay? And that's what's gonna help with the direction of the nuclei, okay? The nuclei has to move back and forth all the time. And I believe if we're able to do this back and forth, we're gonna be able to get some weight loss. This is another view. Maybe it should be on top, on the bottom. But before we go into this, we have to get the cover ready, okay? Without the proper properties of the cover, I don't think it's worth making the rest, okay? And that cover can be done by making a little piece. Well, let me stop sharing now. Okay, where do I stop sharing?
There we go.
Okay, thanks. Okay, one of the things that I saw in Mr. Wade parts, he had like 1 inch by 1 inch parts. And one of the interesting things was that he put a magnet close to the piece, and the piece started like jumping. Okay, it wasn't really attracted to the magnet, or it wasn't repelled to the magnet. It just started jumping. So with the CDM, chemical vapor deposition machine, maybe we can, or you can do it. Do this combination that I already told you with the layer, and see if when you put a magnet close to it, it starts jumping. Okay, once that's done, once we have that equilibrium of metals on different materials, then it's worth to make a bigger one and make the whole experiment.
I don't know about vapor depositing calcium.
Yeah, okay, yeah. That was when I first thought about it, and I talked to someone that had the chemical vapor deposition. That was what he said. That it's not easy to do. I wouldn't know either how to do it. I didn't think about it because I don't have the machine or the money. But I look again into that, the calcium. And I'm not
Calcium even metal? Is calcium even a metal?
No, I don't think so. I don't know. That's a good question.
Oh yeah, it is metal.
It is?
Yeah. It's extremely, I guess you can. You get pure calcium.
Maybe Ada knows how to do it.
I would have to get some calcium, but yeah, it probably can be done. The boiling temperature is pretty low. It corrodes extremely quickly. It's an alkaline metal, so it'll combine with oxygen.
Okay.
Maybe what we could do is put the calcium into the machine and have the layer that goes on top of it vapor deposited immediately after inside the same vacuum. So I have two heating.
Yeah, that's another way to do it. That's a good.
Yeah, but the temperature wise, it can work as long as it doesn't react with tungsten. Yeah, you can buy calcium metal. Okay, it'll react with water at room temperature as well. That'll be pretty interesting to vapor deposit calcium. Any idea why you need that specific mix of elements?
Well, the main one is because of the report by Mr. Wade.
Can we get
but yeah, the scientific proof. Well, the cerium and the gadolinium. Well, the gadolinium is paramagnetic, so I believe the paramagnetic properties is what makes it interesting. The chromium, I think, it kind of helps the paramagnetic properties to propagate better within the aluminum sheet. And other than that, I don't know why. I believe the other ones are just because it's easier to work with the material, or that was the material available. I imagine that. I would suppose.
Calcium reacts violently with water. Yeah, we could do this. Interesting. Very, very interesting. So you said we needed calcium. What other metals do we need?
Okay, let me go back. It's calcium, cerium, gadolinium, and zinc.
So zinc we have. I think we'll reach out after the conference and talk more about this concept.
Okay.
Can you send a link to the, put a link in the chat for Mr. Wade's sample, if you have any article about it?
Okay, let me, yeah, it was on his website. Let me look for it.
Oh, Shmuel S. said something about it. So Chuck Wade found UFO fragments, had this composition of elements.
Okay.
I think we have gadolinium here.
Actually, I have a copy of one of his reports. Maybe I can send it to you too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I sent the file or the chat. And I'm gonna look for the link.
Jeremy Ruiz, are you there? How are the kids?
Yeah, I'm here. The blue broken one.
Yeah, I think we're gonna get ready to wrap this up soon.
Wrap it up soon.
Oh my God, you got a dark light party going on there?
Well, I bought the kids a bunch of lightsaber swords, and they're playing lightsabers. So I turned the lights on so they can see them. Let me see.
Oh, that's what it is.
Well, let me see if we can.
You got Star Wars going on over there.
Come on, let's go. Yeah, let's try this out. Yeah, there you go.
So I just put the link to my presentation in the chat.
So, go over here. Go get him, Nico.
Anybody streaming right now?
Yeah, I'm about to end the stream right now.
Oh, okay. I'm going to put my presentation on my YouTube channel with the explanation. The link is also here in the chat.
Yeah. Yeah, these are cool lightsabers, totally. Well, I'm going to end the stream. Thank you all for watching. And thanks for everyone that helped out today. You guys are awesome.